renew our license?
Yeah, of course, of course.
Okay.
And then ongoing, you need to get your e-learning updated when there's a new version released. And once you get e-learning updated, you can renew your license anytime.
Thank you.
Ever upgrade your license from there.
Yeah, thanks, Tim.
Okay, good. Good work. Okay. Henry, you have joined. Jeremy
Yes.
is joining.
Hello.
Yeah. Okay. Give me, I have a call that comes in. I need to pick up this call first, and I should be able to continue with the class soon. Okay?
오늘 한번 집중해서 들어보자 한번. 우리 싸돌아다니지 말고. 아이도 보이더라.
Sorry.
매일 있어 매일. 예, 1, 2, 3년.
Okay. Alright, guys. Wait, I have my PowerPoint. Alright. Oh, I haven't logged on to my BLP. New page.
컨디션 안 좋은 것 같아. 나. 운동 학생한 거야. 아침에 될 거면. 요즘에 하루에 3시간 정도 먹어. 아침에 1시간 반.
뭐 하는 거 아니야?
저녁에 1시간 반.
왜 그래?
그러니까 이상해.
죽고 그래.
이게 정상적인 반응이야.
그것도 죽고.
그렇지.
사장님 맨날 나한테 그러잖아. 너 그렇게 일하다가 죽는다고.
그렇게 일하다 죽는다고요?
어.
왜요?
왜 이렇게 열심히 하냐고. 아무튼 너무 열심히 한다고. 그러다 죽는다고 맨날 그러잖아.
그렇지.
사고를 쳤어.
내가 전달한 메일 있잖아. 그걸 봐야지. 아, 그 전달이. 뭐 이렇게 많아? 내가 쓴 게.
Eric, is the connection to the virtual learning platform to this console a bit slow?
Yes, a bit.
Yeah, because I do notice that your site keep getting a warning message.
Yeah. So
Are you connected on Wi-Fi or wire network?
I have the Wi-Fi now.
You are using Wi-Fi. is
Yeah.
it? Okay. Sometimes because of the Wi-Fi network connection, it can be quite low on the connectivity, and then it may slow down. Like when you click something, it takes a while before it responds to your mouse click. Okay.
Okay.
So just if possible, maybe I would suggest to get a wired connection so that you get more stable and more direct connection. Okay.
Okay.
Alright, so let's start up. Store for console here.
여기서 완전 끝나더라.
Maybe the restart started.
이건 어떻게
Or maybe what I do is I'll try about 5 minutes because these two services still not started. Delay start.
여기서
How about this in a short while?
일로 들어오면 되잖아.
Okay.
로그인
Okay, based on what we went through yesterday, we have created our, our panel as well as created our input and output board, right? And those are just very basic input-output configuration. We haven't gone into the complex part of the input-output. Like for example, I want this input to trigger this output, but not to deactivate the output when the input alarm is set, right? Which means that I want the output to be stay on, activated until somebody reset the alarms or something like this. So you can have different scenario and different applications applied to the input output, right? The one that I've shown you where you can do input output local linkage using this, right? This is only for outputs that you want to follow the input. That means when the input is activated, then your output is activated. Okay? And of course, if
Hey,
you have
Ken.
complete,
Sorry, bro. They're just having some swing issues for 36 to 37 again, so I'll just be on the QAL laptop having a look at it.
yeah,
Cool.
okay? Yeah, no problem. Right. So if you go into, let's say, the input configuration, right, you notice that there's a hold time, right? And if you put in a hold time on that input, which means that if the input doesn't come into your system as activated, then your output will not be activated. Does that make sense? Okay? And of course, one thing that you noticed yesterday, right, when I programmed, I didn't program any lock event or masking or any update of the event. You will notice this throughout the system. You do not need to program the logging of the event. By default, all the events will be registered and will be recorded in the system. Unless you program to say that I do not want to monitor the event or I do not want to keep track of the event. So you can put a schedule to say when you want to log the event. If you don't put anything, by default you will always log the event. When I say log the event, means that you will keep the event in the audit trail. Okay? Alright. Any questions on programming the panel and also programming the alarm inputs?
I've got one question, Ken.
Yes.
With the linkage of the inputs and outputs, can you put multiple inputs to link to like a single output, or is it only one input you can link to multiple outputs?
For this input output local linkage, right, you can have many to many or one to many, right? Either way. So you can have one input to trigger multiple output, or you can have multiple output to be tied to the one output to be tied to the multiple input.
Okay, right, thanks.
You just need to make sure that you have a tick on those respective input and output that you need to link together. Okay?
Yeah.
And remember, this is all about local linkage, right? When I say local linkage, means that it must be within the same panel. Not the same alarm panel, right? It must be within the same controller panel. So remember, on my controller, I can have up to 32 devices, correct? And I can have a lot of input and output on those downstream devices. As long as they report to the same controller, they are considered local.
Okay, right.
Right? So it's not limited to only just the board itself or the board or whichever board, but it's stretched to the whole controller. Okay?
Okay. Thanks, Ken.
Yeah. Any other questions? Right? If not, did we go into card programming? I mean, we haven't gone into card programming or reader programming, but we did, I asked you all to read about card format. What do you all understand about the card format? Do you know what is vegan format?
35.
Isn't weekend
Yeah.
32 bits?
26.
Well,
Or 26,
Yes.
26, you get different.
36, there's 32, there's 37. By the way, right, in OnGuard, we can create as many card format as we like. Of course, it depends on how much the controller can handle. Okay, and in my worksheet, right, I have specified that we would like to have a card format
인보베스라고 잡아내죠.
with a 26-bit format and the site code or facility code 197.
마법사.
Okay, so to program this, right, I'm just going to show you, and you guys can program it together with me as well if you want to, right? So over here, I can just do a refresh to confirm that these two services are started now. And once these two services are started, I can retry. You should be able to get your login. Okay? And of course, I can go into my system admin.
익혀봐서 비트를 찾았는데
마법사야. 위지야 위지. 진짜 봐야죠.
Okay. To go into card format, you will be under the administration, and you will find card format over here. Okay, and when you open up card format, you have about maybe 4 default card format. The rest are smart card format or MyFair or card format that uses some of the 4. I mean, uses one of the 4 format here. So very commonly, a lot of MyFair or smart card uses 64-bit. Right? So if I just go to one example, HID I-Class, right? They use vegan 64-bit format. Okay, I can guarantee you they definitely use vegan 64-bit. So if you take a smart card or I-Class card, you batch it, right? Depending on what code you have on that, it will be a range of up to 64-bit. Alright, and potentially if I go into let's say BioScript MyFair, right? They're also using vegan 64-bit as well. Okay, so be very mindful, don't go and change your vegan 64-bit, because once you change your vegan 64-bit, you are going to affect your I-Class and all these other format that ties to that same 64-bit format. Does that make sense? Okay, so one thing that I normally like to do is I go to one of the vegan format, right? And say, okay, this 36-bit is what I want, right? I can just go to the add button. Right, I click on the add button and say I want to add a vegan. What it will do is that it will copy as much as possible all the format that I've selected earlier. And I can say this is vegan. LENEL-3 FC197, right? And of course, I can configure the site code, which is a facility code 197, right? And if I need to do a batch offset, for example, I do not want, one thing about OnGuard, you must remember, right? It can be read with the batch site code or whatever information that is read by the reader. You pass to the controller. The controller will say, okay, it's a site code that I can recognize, right? And what is the card number? And if the card number is 12345, then the controller will send 12345 to the server. So that will mean that if you want to read the site code and the card number together, you will not be able to use this map. You have to create a separate format for that purposes. Alright, I saw Harry, you have a question, and Lindsay, you have a question too, right? So Harry, you want to ask the question?
How can you judge about the facelift code, and do we have to ask about the manufacturer, or is there any way that we...
Most of the time, if you buy the card from ABC company, right, and you pre-encode is the card that is already pre-built, you have to ask the card manufacturer for the site code. If you take over a site and the card number is not something, you can't tell what is the site code and all these things, right? Sometimes you can get hold of 5 cards and maybe 2 or 3 readers, we can actually help you to check what is the site code and card number. But if they do encryption, then it can be a bit tricky. Or if they're using COS format of HID, they have a running code on the card. So which means that there's no way you can tell the raw card data, right? But except that you read the encoded data, which means that you must have a right reader to read their cards. Okay? Card technology become more and more complicated, and if you are not too sure, if it's not a simple solution, better check with the respective supplier, either the card supplier or the reader supplier. And if you find out from these two and not getting conclusion, then you can liaise with us to see how we can help you. Okay?
Okay.
Alright. Lindsay, you have a question?
Yeah, I think mine was more or less the same. Just one thing, I remember on the TCOM you could badge and it would pick up the card details and add it straight to the system. This can't do it, can it?
Yeah, so you know, TCOM has 2 methods, right? TCOM back in old days, they can read the 4-byte codes. So you can put a 4-byte code, but then when you put the 4-byte codes, you don't store the 4-byte code in the card holder information, you store the card number in the card holder information.
Correct, it's called IMU.
Right? Correct. And then the card number is the one that's stored in the system.
Yes.
The newer technology, what they do is they read the whole range, including the card, the site code, everything, right? And then they read the whole range and they complete a raw card data. They call it the raw card data, right? In OnGuard, we don't read the whole raw card data. If I wanted to read the whole raw card data, I can create a format and say, okay, don't worry about site code, right? I'm going to put site code 0 and I'm going to ignore the site code. Right? I say there's no number of bits and I'm going to start my site code all the way, my card number all the way from 1 all the way plus 8 more. Right? To get my whole card number including the site code combined together. But what will happen is that OnGuard will take the whole binary data and convert to a number, which may not be the same as what is encoded onto the card.
Yep.
Right? So, some system read the raw card data and they present the raw card data, they're okay with the raw card data. Some systems say, I need to get the card number, because if it's not the same card number, it's very hard for me to check in the system what his card number is. Right, but we can talk about it because in OnGuard, right, we have another way to keep track of the hot stamp. So if you try to read the raw card data, it is let's say a 10-digit or 15-digit number, it's okay, right? You can use that to register as the batch ID number for the card holder, but you still have what we call embossed data, where you can actually put the card number, which is printed on the card, under this embossed field, so that you can use it to run a report or search for the card holder.
Okay.
Right? So there's various ways, right? But good question, right? Working on that, there's also one thing I want to highlight to you guys. Because the controller strip out the site code and only return the card number to the system. If I'm in Australia, I bought a set of cards, the card number is from 1,000 to 2,000, right? And of course, I program my cards based on 1,000 to 2,000, right? We set up another office in Korea, and my Korea buy another set of cards from the supplier, right? The site code is not 197, the site code is 196, for example, right? But what happened is the card number is also 1,000 to 2,000. What do you think will happen? which means that the cards that are issued in Australia, the card number that are issued in Australia is going to be the same card number that are issued in Korea, which will mean that there will be a duplicate card number in my database, even though they are different cycles. So what we can do is that we can program another card format, say cycle 196, I will automatically create a 10,000 offset on the card number. So which means that it will not be shown as 1,000 to 2,000, it will become 11,000 to 12,000. Does that make sense? Right. So this is how we can deconflict. And in a lot of time when you deal with an enterprise customer, they will have either encode their card or they set a range of where their card number is supposed to be, which we will talk about it later on. Okay? So just create a card format based on 197, and I'm going to stick with everything the same, and I can save the record. You wonder there's a special here, right? I'll show you a bit more about what this special is, right? So I save the record. Did I change some value? Oh yeah, right. So it's supposed to be 9. Okay. Alright. So once I save the record, I have my SC197, right? So if I add the new one, right, you notice there's a special over here. Right? This special allows you to have special format, whether is it a step TV check for some type of other card format from some other part of the manufacturer, or HID corporate 1048 bit format. You can just select on it, it will automatically populate the bit data for you, and you just need to change the cycle and stuff like this. Okay, and we have another one that is designed for Casirasco or G Security last time with Kazi card format, where they use a special card format. They read by 4 bit, every 4 bit they will convert to a number. Every 4 bit they convert to a number, right? And because every 4 bit they convert to a number, the return result is going to be a very unique number, which I'll show you in the card format section. Okay? Did I lost Travels? Yeah. So Travels is go on. So if you go into the card format, you can see that this is what we have been talking about. When we read weaker data, is always data 1, data 0, and 1 is the data 1 will contain the binary data. Data 0 is actually the frequency, right? And of course, when you read the data, it could be all 1 and 0, and then you tabulate which one is the priority bit, which one is the data stream, which is cycle and card number, right? And we can also do reverse bit order. For some type of cards, they may purposely reverse their bit sequence so that you read the wrong number, right? And we can reverse that bit order. But all this information, you must get it from the supplier, right? We can't tell what is their card, how is their data is read. But if you want us to decode, we can try our best, but no guarantees. Okay? And of course, you can do a batch offset, right? The batch offset is add or multiply, right? So depending on how you apply to it, we have an option where you can choose. Typical batch offset is just a plus, right? So if you do a batch offset, it will plus. If I apply the card number, which is cycle multiplied by batch offset plus card number, you can make the 4 bit convert to a number to become your 8-digit card number by just changing the way how the formula is calculating, how the system calculating. So if you ever take over a site and you say that the card is a bit complicated, you may want to do a check on the card first before you go forward, right? And what you can do is that you just need a controller wire up to the reader, flash their card and start to read the raw card data. So in OnGuard or in LENEL, right? If you go into the LENEL web page, right? Remember I showed you there's a knowledge-based article, knowledge-based location where you can go and search for information. right? This is where you can go there, go into home card, and if I want to find card format, there's a list of card format here, right? Which I can look at how to determine a card format of a vegan card using SCP debug. Click on it, and it will bring up a document guiding you how you can run your home server, right? As an application, which we'll talk about it a bit more, right? And then telling you go to the file to look for SCP debug, and you will find a hexadecimal number, and they tell you how many bits is that card, and from there you can go there, use that and convert to binary, and then from binary you then put okay what is the cycle, what is the card number, and go from there. Does that make sense? Right. So, but don't stress yourself, right? Maybe Lindsay and myself, we used to come from that kind of time where we have to configure card and read cards and try to read the numbers, and end up stressing ourselves. But there's a lot of, I even have one of the trainees show me where there's a public website you can just put in, let's say TCOM 27-bit, and tell you what is the card format on the TCOM 27-bit. There's also another, like choose HID, MyFact, they will tell you what is the bit format on that. So, there's ready information available online, right? Not too sure where it's still there or not. Okay. So that's pretty much for card format, right? And remember, we can go up to 8 card format. If not, you can go up to 16, right? Okay. I'm going to continue with configuration of readers, right? I break the configuration of reader into 2 parts because there's one part that I'm configuring basic, and then we'll talk about settings a bit more, right? But to talk about readers, let me see what happened to Travis. Maybe I'll call him during the break time, right? So if I look at the reader interface board, right? And of course, with the reader interface board, it allows me to connect to multiple readers as a downstream. Can you see from here which are the boards that I've not teach you guys yet? We have talked about 2220, we have talked about 4420 and 2210. These are the controllers. Okay? The other 3 boards, like the 1200, the 1320, the 1324E, and the 1300, they are the downstream reader boards. Okay? And with these downstream reader boards, right, they can actually allow you to expand the number of readers from the controller all the way up to maximum of 64 per controller, except for 2210. Okay? So to have another look on this board, in my hardware summary, you'll find the 1300, which is a single reader module. Right? It is a very small board, right? Compared to this, right? It's just maybe I would say maybe 1/3 the size of this guy, right? It's not very big, right? And because of this, it's smaller. It's only designed for one door. It can be 1 reader or 2 reader. Of course, if you are using 2 reader, you must be using OSDP protocol. Okay? You don't have enough connector for you to wire a 2 reader here. Right? So you must be a OSDP protocol if you are using 2 reader for this single door solution. However, most of people won't buy this. You know why? If I'm only using 1 door, 1 reader to 1 door, and I buy this, how many devices can I have on the controller or downstream to the controller? 32, right? I can only have up to 32 devices, correct? So which means that if I only have 1 reader to the 1 board, I can only have up to 32 readers the max. So I can't fully utilize the maximum readers that I can get. So a lot of times people will buy the 1320 S3 because you can fully utilize up to 2 readers per board, right? Sometimes with OSDP, you can potentially go for 4 readers. Okay? Which means that one will be in, the other one will be out for one door, and the other one will be in and out for the other door. Okay? Last but not least, right, is my 1324E. This is a board that is similar to my 2210. So if you look at my training kit layout, right, this is a 2210 controller, right? On the training kit, on the top, I have the 1324E, which looks almost the same as this guy, right? Same thing, this board is also PoE, power over Ethernet, which means that you can supply power to this guy and it will be able to work, right? So, where's my book? And with the power over Ethernet, right? You can do with the power over Ethernet plus, which means that you can potentially supply power to the door. Okay, this same board can either be a reader module or it can be an alarm panel. It can't be both, right? It can only be either the reader module with maybe one spare or a couple of spare, and then you have alarm panel, which can give you 6 input and 4 output. Oh, sorry, 4 input and 6 output. No, doesn't make sense. 6 input and 4 output. Okay? So it can either be an alarm panel or it can be a reader module. So it depending on where you find this guy, right? And by the way, because it's internet, it goes via network to get IP addresses, to configure IP addresses and be able to talk to this board as a alarm panel or reader module. Okay? One very important note. This is if you're using this as a door controller or door reader module, right? You can only use it for OSDP purposes. You can't use it with Wigan. So if your customer is using a Wigan protocol readers, you cannot use this board. Okay? It can only be Wigan. It can only be OSDP protocol. Clear out this one? Alright. I think this could be a future for the system because as long as people are moving away from Wigan and they don't need Wigan anymore, we just need to buy this board, and now this board is a bit more expensive, but I believe that at a later stage they will go full out on this board and the price will drop so that you can now just connect 2 door with this board and it's PoE, so you can put it on the rack or put it somewhere in the network. Okay. Alright. Any questions on these boards that we are talking about, that we have talked about? Alright, I'm going to ask you guys some questions again. Right? And this time now, I'm going to give you some scenario, but not exam question. Right? In a very typical project, right, I could have 100K of value on the hardware. 100K on hardware. Anyone tell me, looking at my architecture here, right, where I normally have controller and I have a lot of downstream. If I look at my 100K of hardware, how many percentage of my hardware will be the controller? How much of my hardware will be the controller? Just a rough estimate.
50% maybe?
50% on controller?
Yeah.
Well, if I look at, just use my 2220 for example, right? How many 1320 I will be going for? Potentially 32 pieces. So potentially with one controller I could buy, I will be selling another 32 1320s. which will mean that there's a high chance that my controller is only maybe 10% or less. Because 1 to 32 or 1 to 30, right? So it could be way less. Of course, sometimes people don't expand all the way to the max, right? And of course, the other thing is that my controller is going to be more expensive than my downstream. Maybe the price is about 2 or 3 times the price. So one controller is equivalent to about 3 of that 1320s. Okay? And which means that 1 to 3, I'm looking at about maybe 30%.
Can you explain that again? Sorry, I'm a bit confused there.
Okay. So first of all, right, I will normally have one controller with about 30 downstream devices. So, means that if I look at hardware asset, it will be one controller and 30 bots of downstream. So it's 1:30 ratio, right? And in the project, that means my 100K, I'll be seeing one controller and the other 30 will be the downstream.
Okay.
Right? And in that context, because my controller is normally more expensive, so typically one controller is equivalent to the, to about 3 downstream bot price.
Right.
So which means that the ratio now in terms of price is 1 to 10.
Okay.
So it could be about 10% of the cost of my 100K.
Okay.
But just to round up, because not every customer go all the way up to the max, so I will just say maybe 20 or 30%, right? Let's go 20% on controller. I call it IC, and 80% on downstream. Agree?
Yeah.
Right? So if the project is using vegan and with in-out reader and my site has 32 dots. Okay, sorry, maybe, okay, I just say 32 dots. What are the hardware that I need? Can anyone tell me? I need how many controller?
I'd say 2.
Well, in-out reader and 32 doors, which means that 64 readers, correct?
Yeah.
So I can handle with one controller, correct? And how many 1320 do you think I will be looking for? Potentially going up to the max because using vegan, right? I can't do 4 readers to that. So I'll be using 2 readers to 1 box. So I potentially need about 31 pieces, correct? Okay? And that is maybe my 100K worth of project. Travis, is everything okay at the airport?
Yeah, I swung it, no problem. I think it's user error. I think the person that was using it was trying to swing because from 36 to 37, but sequentially, so they just deactivated the output rather than activating it.
Okay.
So they said it's taken forever, and then I go in, activate 37, done. Yeah.
Right.
So I don't think it's that token issue again.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
think it was user error, but
Okay.
I think it'll be brought up in that meeting, that token issue.
Yeah. Let them go ahead. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, I was sharing with the guys. Just to refresh you, we were talking about the typical hardware where we have 100K, let's say, worth of hardware. And normally in the 100K, 20% of the 100K is on the controller. Because controller is normally 1:30 pieces of downstream. By one controller, you potentially buy another 30 pieces of downstream. But because the controller is typically more expensive, right, it's about the cost of 3 bots of the downstream. So in terms of price wise, it's maybe about 20%, and versus the cost of downstream is about 80%. Okay, and that's very common in a big project of 100, 200 dogs, right?
Yeah.
The biggest price is not on the controller, it's on the downstream because that is the largest quantity. And if I give 5% discount, right? It's way more than, I try to give you discount on the controller. Okay, so be mindful about the downstream, right? So in that note, right, I have a project, and this project is about 32 doors with vegan in and out. Obviously, I'm using one controller and 31 downstream, and that sums up to about 100K. Okay?
Yeah.
If you come to me and say, Ken, I need a I need a very good pricing because I need to compete with, my competitor, and I need to get at least 10% discount. Okay? My question would be, if this is your project, can I propose to you to go for OSDP reader? Okay? Possible, right? With in-out on 32 box.
Does that mean?
Okay? Instead of using vegan, right, I will propose, can you go with OSDP? Maybe the price of the reader may be slightly more expensive, slightly more, right? I don't think the OSDP readers and vegan readers price are very, widely spread. Now they are actually quite close to each other now, right? What do you think is my set of hardware? I still need one controller for sure. How many 1320s do I need now?
I think half of
30
them.
doors.
For 30 doors, because each door is in and out, I can potentially have 2 doors.
Is the 1320 2-door interface?
Yeah. So this is the part where
If you're doing a 1320, unless you want to do single door, which is cheaper. Is it cheaper?
well, it's just half the price. It's just half the price. So it's the same, right? But you take away the address.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So, potentially I go with 1320, I can go for 4 OSDP reader with 2 doors, right? So in that case, based on my example, right? How many 1320 do I need? 15? Maybe 16?
16.
Yeah, 16.
Right? And how much of my reduction in the price now by changing to a OSDP reader?
컨트롤러 써야지. 그 컨트롤러 갖고 안 써.
And you all do a max and
Maybe 10,
20%.
20%.
well, how much
80% of
80% is on downstream.
so
And I reduce my downstream by how many on the board?
half.
50%. Right? Which means that I have a 40% cut.
So it'd be like 60k.
So my price now is 60K. So without asking me for project discount,
Yeah.
right? Just by proposing the good or hardware that you think will fit the customer, right? You actually have a 40% drop in your project price. Okay? Don't tell the sales. The sales will say, Ken, I hate you because I supposed to pay 100K on this project. You tell me, no, I'm losing 40K.
Nah, 40k commission rather than.
100K.
Yeah, maybe you can make 80K, you make 20K commission, right?
Yeah.
There's one condition, right? The customer must be willing to accept the OSCP protocol, and the customer must be having those kind of doors with in-out. Otherwise, you won't have a lot of saving. Right? If they have maybe 30% or 50% of their doors with in and out, potentially you can get 50% of the saving. Does that make sense? Okay? Alright, so that is my tips to you guys on the reader. Okay, any questions on the reader programming? Reader design. Reader board design. Yes, Harry.
For the OSDP readers, why is 15, not just for 15?
You mean, why is it 16?
Yes. Is it 15, right? Or just why 15?
32, 15, yeah, true. Maybe it's just 15. I don't need 16.
Oh, okay.
Okay?
Well,
Because
it's going to be 30. If it's you got 31 doors.
I know, but
So-
32 doors with in-out, so in theory, I got 2 doors handled by the controller. I only left with 30. and I can use 15 pieces of 3020 to handle the 30. So it's 15, correct? Thanks, Harry.
I'm good.
Okay, good. All right, let's go into programming of a reader. So you have program. By the way, I've asked the guys to program the card format, right? In the spreadsheet, in the worksheet. So if you can do that, Travis, that would be good. Okay, to configure the reader, we will go into the reader page, right? Readers and DOS, and of course you don't have a reader there, right? I'm going to configure a few readers, and then we will have a break, and in that break, I will also give you all some time to program your hardware as well, right? So, if you look at my architecture, how many readers I have on this drawing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And I have my 1320, right? My reader in and out is actually controlling one dot, right? They are actually OSDP controlling one dot. Okay. My training reader 2 is on the 2210. Because I have my 1320 connecting to the 2210, okay, as a downstream, I can only use reader 2 as a vegan reader. I cannot use it for OSDP because the downstream, once I use downstream, it will automatically lock up the RS485 COM for downstream purposes. You can't use it for you can't use it
on that board.
Only on that board, which means that you can still wire 1320 if you want to wire 1320, right? Using the RS485 line, but this of course IP, right? But the reader that you wire onto the board, you can only use it for vegan protocol. Okay, so take note when you program your reader 2, right? And of course, reader 3 and reader 4, they are independent, they are monitoring, they are OSDP reader controlling independent DOS. They are not controlling the same DOS. Okay, I will show you how I program my reader 1 and my reader in and out, and after that we will take a break. Is that okay?
Okay.
Alright, good. Oh yeah, one more thing. This is just a drawing. If you go into the next page, right, it gives you a lot of information. I have my controller, right, and I have my first reader, reader 1 here, which is actually on OSDP address 0. I don't have an out reader, so I don't have address 1 configured, right? I only have address 0 for OSDP. I have my reader number on 0, right? So reader address is 0. And my port, because I'm using on board, it's automatically set to 0. Okay? And if you look at my reader in, it's on a 1320. So obviously on the 1320, it runs on the RS485 bus, right? Connecting to port number 2 of the controller. And the address on that 1320 is 1. Okay? Like what you see here, right? Address is 1, right? And of course, on this 1320, you have 2 reader port, reader 0 and 1, right? I'm using reader 0 and I'm connecting to OSDP 0 and 1 for in and out reader. Okay. Does that make sense? Right? If you follow this table, it will give you your guide in terms of how you need to do the addressing. Okay. Okay. So going back to my programming, I'm going to add my first reader. Okay. Of course, this is my training reader 1 on the X3220. Once you select the controller, you will automatically bring up the card format available from the system. Right? You can then choose what card format you want to choose. Right? We will do that part. Right? And of course, the next thing is the type. You can choose the type of bots, or whether is it on the controller or is it on the downstream. If you choose downstream, yes, you have to put the address. If I choose the onboard, you notice that my address for the board is grey out. You can't set the number anymore. It's automatically set to 0. That's why I say when you configure the onboard reader, it's automatically taking address 0. Okay, and then you have the reader number, which is for reader address or reader number. You can go from 0 to 1. Okay, and you don't have a port configuration here because it's onboard on the controller. The output format is where you set whether is this an OSDP protocol or is this a vegan props. which is most of the case, unless you are working on magnetic or mag stripe with bigger format output or stuff like this. Otherwise, this will be the very common one, OSDP protocol or Wigan. Alright, and you notice that once I choose OSDP, the OSDP section is open up. You can set the baud rate, right? You can set the address of the reader, of that OSDP reader. So based on my data entry, my onboard is 0, my reader number is 0, and my OSDP address is 0. So it's 000. So it's 000. Fine, I'm good. Alright? And of course, I have my held open time and strike time. Does anyone know what I mean by held open and strike time? What is held open time?
Isn't that the time that the door can stay open before the alarm goes?
Yeah. So in the system by default, we monitor the door contact. So once you wire the door contact, the system will know that you have a held open time of 75 seconds, which means that if the door open, based on the value condition, it will allow you to stay open for 75 seconds. You can change the value if you want to change the value. How about the strike time?
Time for lock to be activated.
That's for the lock.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Harry. Thanks, Lindsay. Right, it's a time where once you batch your card or you push the button or you unlock the door for a while, right, or open the door, it will unlock for that period of time, right, which is 3 seconds here. Okay? What is extended open or extended strike? What do I mean by extended?
That's like long access. So if you assign the user long access, then they have like a longer time to get through that door. Disabled people, careers.
Yeah, so in US they like to call this the American Disability Act, or the ADA or ADA requirement, right? Where you need to have this extended option available for this, for special condition, right? Special reason. Okay, and that will add on top of what you already have. Okay, and of course you need to choose at least one card format here, otherwise you cannot save the record. So we'll choose the Wigan format. Make sure you have a tick, right? If you select somewhere here, there's no tick, you must make sure that you get a tick there. Alright? Okay. Coming down to the next section, right? Where we have the strike. So depending on the type of lock, you can strike cut off on open or cut off on close. So that means that if my output, if the door open, that's where the output become deactivated and ready to lock back. Okay. So depending on how you want to configure your strike option. Sometimes you may not want the push button to work, so you can actually put a tick here to say do not activate strike on track. Means that the default by the design of the hardware. Once you put in the reader, once you put in the wire to the push button, you can press the push button. As long as the reader is defined in the software, you press the push button, it will straight away release the lock by default. So you don't have to worry about
on a strike lock, that little tongue is the Rex. So like if you latch it down, it's not gonna change the color of the reader to green or show up as unlocked.
Well, depending on how you wire that. If you wire that to the Rex button, or you wire that to the Rex input on the board, and you don't want that to be affecting the door status, then you may want to take this. So it really depends on the type of scenario and setup on the side. Okay? But most of the time we don't need to untick on this one. This one is also more as a precautionary measure in case somebody tries to short the cable. Okay? Alright. On the left hand side, right, there's keypad. We won't talk about keypad because on OSDP protocol, in theory, all your keypad entry will be extending to the OSDP protocol. Unless you are using Wigan, then you can choose what type of output is that. So later on when we program after the break, I'll show you what. Right? We have two important sections here for the reader. Like I have an online mode and an offline mode. What do I mean by offline mode?
So when there's no communication back to the communication server, and it's offline, it knows what how to act during that period.
Yeah, that's true, right? Or if it's on the controller, pretty much not a big issue because the controller has the memory. So the controller still know who you are, right? Who is the person because the card holder information is all that. What happens if the offline mode happens onto the what happens if the offline mode happens here? Or what happens if the controller crash? The 1320 is still controlling the door, right? And because it's offline from the controller, it doesn't know the card holder information.
Okay.
Which means that you can press your card. I know this is the card number, this is the cycle, but I cannot tell who you are because the controller cannot tell me. I lose connectivity to the controller. And that's what we call it offline mode. Okay?
So this
When you are
offline mode only specifies that connection to the controller.
typically apply to those downstream that connects to the controller. What happens if they are offline from the controller? Our recommendation is always to set it to, let's say, facility code, or you can choose it to lock or unlock.
So can it still read the facility code of the card?
Yes, it can. So
Yeah.
apparently our downstream board, even though you can't read the card number, right? Yeah, you can't tell who is the person or where he has access to, but at least I can tell they are from the same company. They are from the card format that we have provided here. And because of that, the door will still run. Of course, if you have control access, those areas like data center, server room, you may want to restrict it, not accessed by facility code. But if it's perimeter door or main entrance, yeah, go ahead and let them access. So at least the controller can go down. This is very common in some areas where you deploy a project, you set up all your 60 doors on the site. The customer said, I haven't had my staff detail yet. They haven't provided me all the department details and their card number. So can you still lock up the place? Well,
Yes.
you can still lock up the place and then set the offline mode or even online mode to facility code so that the system will read only the card from the same company that you configure in your card format. Which means that they can still get a card to work without even any card holder program in the system. So you can quickly commission the site, secure the site, and then wait for them to provide you your card holder information later. Okay?
Question again. With the offline, if you choose card only, how does that work if it doesn't have any information of the card holders from the controller?
If the offline mode, if you choose any of this mode, most of the time you will be in a lock state.
I see, okay.
So it's
Right,
not. So card only doesn't mean you've registered a card onto the reader.
Yeah. So don't be confused, right? In the exam, you may have a question saying that for the reader offline mode, how many modes do you get? You may see that there's 6. You can say that there's 6 modes, but in the training guide,
in football.
yeah, it will tell you that you only have 3 modes. Right? And I think any other choice is going to be locked. So which means that trust the training guide, right? Don't trust what you see in the software.
Right.
Obviously, if my reader is on the controller, I can go offline mode, still reading card, because the controller can be disconnected from the software, and I still have the card holder database, I can still read the card.
Yeah.
Make sense? Right?
Yeah, makes sense.
Alright, and of course, online mode, you can choose card, pin, or pin or card, and stuff like this. So choose card only over here. Okay, so that's how I program my first reader. Okay, I'm going to quickly program my in reader and out reader, and we will take a break. Right? Training.
수주이가 VMS
야.
영화서 걔 전문일 거야. 네. 수주한테 이렇게.
On the.
네. 그래서 잘 되더라고. 프로젝트가 있었어.
So I'm just no.
네, 잘.
Keep doing what you're doing.
So I have my training panel. The 220 is not going to be on board anymore. It's going to be on the 1320, right? So make sure you choose 1320, right? And of course, I can go, it's OFTP protocol for sure, right? And now I have to choose the port, right? It's the port of
Do
the
we have
1320.
to? Here we go. There's no question. Where do we suppress? Oh, okay, there, dual interface type. Never mind.
Okay, alright. So obviously, remember my training reader in is on the 1320, which the 1320 is on board address 1. So that's my board address, and my reader number is 0, my OSDP is 0. Format is the same, address number is the same, this is the same, this is the same, this is the same. Well, that's it, I can save the record. Right, you notice when you start to add the other reader, it becomes very easy, right? Because you don't need to manually program every single one, because you will copy from the previous data, and the only thing I need to change here is become reader OSDP address 1, and everything is the same. Okay, so this is my training reader out. You notice if my in reader is supposed to be cut and pin, right? I don't need to enable keypad over here. I will be changing this to cut and pin, right? And save the record. Okay, because it's a keypad, so you can operate on cut and pin. Or I may say, okay, just stay on cut first. It goes to cut and pin at maybe in the night time. Okay. All right. So with my in and out reader, I program them like what I see in the design, right? But obviously, are they controlling the same door at this moment?
Yes.
No, not yet. They are not controlling the same door, because you need to go into the setting and you need to pair them as a primary and secondary, where the in reader will be your primary and the secondary will be your out reader.
Do we then specify in this paired reader section which one it is?
So let me guide you through, right? So obviously, if I modify, right, you notice that I can't select anything here, right? One very important, this is the part where a lot of people miss, right? Is that when I create my in and out reader, after I create these two, I must pair my out to the in reader before I can go into the setting page to set them up as primary and secondary. Okay, so if I go into my in reader, I do a modify, and I will be able to find this paired reader option here. Right, and in this paired reader option, you can select your out reader. Once I select my out reader, and I click OK to save the record, you'll notice that now my out reader is available as part of my in, right? But I need to go into the settings to make sure that I select in reader as the primary, and then when I go into the out reader, I will automatically be able to select the out reader as a secondary. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
So 3 important steps before you step into the in and out reader. First thing is make sure you go to the in reader, pair your out reader to the in, then go into the setting and set them up as primary and secondary. Okay? Travis, you have a question?
인에서는 이 페어리티를 아웃을 거기서 되고 아웃을 설정해줘야 되고
No, it's all good.
그리고 세팅 들어가서 여기서
All good.
모디파이 들어가서
Alright.
And so, I was just checking because I tried,
타임을 선택해주면 되지.
like before you just said that, does your paired reader, does your in reader have to be reader 1 and then the secondary reader 2? Like, so your in does have to be reader 1? Because I tried to select, before you said that, I tried to go reader out and then paired reader.
You won't need to do that on the out, because you only pair the in to the out.
Yeah, before
Sorry.
you said that.
Sorry.
Why isn't there the option to do paired reader on
아웃 해야지.
the out?
이거는 어차피 아웃은 종속된 거잖아. 할 필요가 없지.
It's grayed out.
대신 세팅.
Yeah, because you only pair the out reader into the in.
Does that mean that you have to
You
have
go
to
to
have
the in, and then you modify and you pair the out reader to the in reader. And the out reader becomes the slave.
yeah.
Only the second address will become the slave. The first address will never be the slave.
Okay, so it's because it's the second address. right?
Yeah.
That's why it's grayed out.
Well, it's not because it's grayed out. It's because I pay and it become a slave reader now.
Yeah.
Okay. So you always have to program your in reader first, or your first reader address. Then you program your second reader. And when you program your second reader, that's where you can go back to your in reader to actually pair your second reader over here. Charles, maybe you can show me your screen during the break.
You just answered it. It's all good.
Okay, good. All right. Obviously, when you program all these things, right? If I can show you from my maybe what I do is I will give you guys a break, and then when we come back from the break, we can actually I can show you what I've set up on my training laptop. Okay? Oh, good. So guys, let's take a break. We'll come back 20 after the hour. That means it will be 11:20 our time, and it will be 10:20 for the guys in Korea. Okay? All right. See you guys.
Can.
Yeah.
So did you say you pair your in reader as your primary, and then your out as your secondary?
Yeah.
So you have to do both.
Yes, you have to do both. You have to set one as a primary and the other one as a secondary. And it's always the second address will become a secondary. It looks like you have programmed your second reader instead of your OSDP address 1. So, based on your programming, right? Your reader number is 0 and 1, right?
Yeah.
So what you are doing, in fact, is this, right? What you are doing is actually wiring, right? If I may say, based on your configuration, you are wiring your in reader to this port, and you are wiring your out reader to this port.
So because I have to change the OSDP address to 1, and then the reader number to 0.
You can't change that. Yeah, you can't change that now. If you go back to your general
I have to delete it.
Yeah, you can't change after you save the record, right? So if you go back to the general tab, you modify. Can you change the number? Maybe you can try to change the reader number to 0. And then change the OSDP address to 1. And then save the record. See whether it allows you to save. No, you can't. So you have to delete first before you.
Do I have to deassociate it from in reader?
Don't worry, you can just delete. It will automatically deassociate from that. Right. So now you can add your. No, you only delete the first, the one that you enter wrongly. So add a new one, which is your out reader now. And the port address is 1, yeah, reader number is still 0, but the OSDP address is 1.
I see.
Okay, and now this one is out reader card only and offline mode specificity code. And choose a card format.
Do you like my spelling?
Go ahead. Alright, and now you go back
to
to 1. You should be able to modify and be able to see the pair reader. All good?
Yeah. Can you,
And then you can
once
go.
I've got this, once I've done this, can you quickly just check to see, make sure that my card format's good?
Okay. Sure.
Yeah. I just copied the 26-bit that's...
Yeah. Give me a minute. Let me have a look. Then 6-bit. Yeah, that's fine.
Cool.
Yeah.
That's better. Thanks, Ken.
No worries. Alright.
Come on. Cool. Thanks, Ken.
Yeah, thank you. No worries.
Ken,
Hey, Nancy.
hey, can you have a door with multiple formats?
A door with, yes, you can have multiple format.
So would we just pick another format?
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright.
Yeah, thank you.
No worries.
And then just one thing, the 1320, that's configured when we can only configure that when we build the reader, is that right?
1320, any configure when you, sorry, say again?
When we build our readers. The 1320 dual interface.
Yeah.
So you only can select that when you do your readers.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. It's not like the alarm boards you configure separately.
Yeah, not like you program the board, then you program input, output. You configure your readers with the 1320 at the same time.
Okay. So now that we've selected the 1320, the system knows there's a 1320.
Yeah, that's right.
Thanks, Ken.
No worries. Alright.
Ken, sorry, another question.
Yeah. Interlocking?
Yes, where's that configured on my jumping?
Okay. Interlocking is separate from this module, right? But interlocking is actually more on the area. So you will configure area.
Yes.
And in the area is where you do interlock based on the reader assigned to those areas.
Okay.
So first of all, to do interlock, you must first create anti-pass spec. You must define your in reader, out reader, or which are the reader that need to tie to which area. And of course, in the reader programming, you will specify under the I think it's under the anti-pass spec control where you define the entering area. So if the entering area are the same, when you go into the reader page, or area page, you will find that, okay, you have this area called interlock area 1, right? And then you may have a list of readers that's listed there. And then you can then make them all interlock together.
Okay, so if one door is open, you can lock 5 doors until that door is open, then it works still. So that's quite an easy setup, is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
But it's probably in the advanced course, not so much in the basic course topic. So if you go into the, wondering, maybe if you go into the partner center under the training guide, right, you may find the advanced access course, and there may be some information about interlocking.
And that's on the interlock.
Right.
Okay.
Otherwise, if you think, sometimes the guys may not, you go fundamental, you get 30% of the knowledge. Then you realize that every single project you learn a bit of the advanced here and there, and by the time you have learned a fair bit of advanced, so you say, might as well get my certification on advanced. So you can always check with me, can I put up on the course which is for advanced, we talk about partitioning as well.
Okay.
So those are areas where you talk about how I can create a building with landlord and tenant kind of setup, and how I partition the database so that I can create. So in some other system, every partition they charge you a cost.
Yes.
For us, in the system, once you decide to partition, we give you a price, you buy that partition, right? Once you buy the partitioning feature, you can partition to as many partitions as you like.
Oh wow, okay. And then is there a yearly cost?
No.
No. So you buy
It's a
one
flat.
shot. Okay.
Yeah, it's a one fee for it,
Okay.
right? Which is a lot more cost effective in a kind of landlord-tenant environment.
Okay. And
It's
then
very complete. In fact, when I have to teach people on partitioning, I have to spend 1.5 days on it.
just okay.
Yeah.
And then can you design all your doors and that on an Excel spreadsheet and import it to this?
I can't. It's
So-
not possible. I would love to have that, but it's not possible. We have a wizard
Yes.
that you can utilize, right? And of course, you can use it to configure readers.
Readers,
The wizard
okay.
You can say how many readers, where are there. As long as the naming convention is about the same, you can use the method. But I like the idea of import, right? But there's
Yeah, because I know on like the CQ and that you can have a list.
Yeah.
of
the reason why they do that. Why we do that is because when you create a reader, it populate a lot of stuff within the database, right? So it's not as simple as a simple import because it create a lot of structure.
Okay. But on the wizard,
Okay.
you can go and do all your readers in the field, and then you can go and assign them to which doors.
Correct. And then for those that you don't need, you can delete them away.
Okay.
Or assign.
That's what they would do on a big install.
Yeah, that's right. Okay.
Thanks, Ken. Thank
Good.
you.
No worries. All right.
쉬는 시간이었어요? 아까부터.
아 그래요?
어.
아 이거 몰랐지?
아까부터 드시는 시간이었어.
아 대화나고 이렇게 계속 지내다가
Making sense for you, Lindsay?
Yes, it's all starting to come together.
Yeah. So was this? Yeah. The on those dual reader interface modules,
Yes.
they're dedicated reader ports, and then there's the LAN port, right?
Yeah.
So that you can do your OSDP readers plus connections to your downstream devices.
Right.
Does that sound right? That's
Yes,
right.
yes, correct. Yes,
Yeah.
that does.
Okay. Okay.
That sounds right.
I need like a. He's got like the explanation. I just need to see what, like the
Yeah, it's see, for
wiring
me, I like
diagram.
to see, yeah, correct.
Hmm.
You can see how it all lines up. Does that make sense? Travis, how's the graphics at the airport? Is that pretty advanced?
The graphics.
Yeah, your graphics of the layout and click to different sections and all that, opening.
Not really.
Okay.
It's kind of a starting process. They're pretty cheap. They have TCOM in there at the moment. So this is the advanced side that we're talking about. They currently have TCOM in there running like Challenger 10 and Challenger Plus panels.
On force fields?
Yeah, they still run force field. They've got like comms for force field.
Yep.
We also set up ones for CT plus, so I can do pages as well, because no chance I want to use force field anymore. And then they've also got this. They've used a high-level interface. It's called like a WMS, and it pretty much connects. I was talking about APIs.
Yes.
So he's got pretty much the TCOM, and then they're now working on the API to connect it to LENEL, so that they'll do all their cardholder, all the management will now run through.
From LENEL, then you can send it to the TCOM.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
okay.
it'll be LENEL interface,
Yes.
but with TCOM hardware, which is pretty crazy.
Wow.
So we've got to get all the information transferred over to LENEL and have it communicating. They currently have a connection at the moment with what we call so they currently have pretty much domestic gates.
Yes.
And then they've implemented what we call swings, so that the gates can change from international to domestic.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy stuff.
Pretty good, eh?
So they've now got these like iPads where they can select which gate they want to change to international, and all the gates from there up will change to international gates.
Yes.
There used to be one at a time, then we put in this thing, dynamic, where it'll automatically go from like one gate all the way up, and then you can change in between.
Oh,
Yeah, it's pretty-
okay. That's
pretty crazy stuff.
Yeah, that is crazy.
Yeah, so
I think TCOM's part of Carrier, isn't it?
yeah, TCOM is,
Yeah.
and the guys that did the WMS access flow, Carrier bought their software, so it's now Carrier's as well.
Okay.
Yeah. I used to work for Chubb as well once when they were Carrier as well.
Oh, okay. Yes, correct. So that's where you must have used LENEL there already.
Not too much.
Okay.
I did see a lot of AFX panels
Okay.
out
Yeah, I
there
think
when I was doing dirty small business work.
Okay.
It's slowly coming along the airport.
Nice.
We're stepping now into changing it to doing the API to transfer everything over.
Okay.
So
Awesome.
yeah,
That's pretty awesome. That's good experience.
yeah, definitely something big to learn, which is good.
Yeah.
Hence why I'm here in the training, learning how to do it before I do it.
Yeah. But I think you only learn when you're in the field.
That's true. I'm kind of a show me a little bit.
Yes, and then
At
you
the
get
start.
your hands dirty and then you remember it correct, and you've got to
And then,
physically see it.
Yeah, I like to do the show me a little bit when I don't know it.
Yep.
Then do the training.
Yeah.
So I can reiterate.
Yeah, when you write a training, you can put all the pieces together.
Yeah, put the pieces together and then take it out there and actually use it. Because if I don't use it, it'll go.
100%.
I did Girdbook training and I can't remember that anymore. Don't like Girdbook. Stick to Genetech.
Yeah, Genetech is pretty good.
Yeah.
I think they're all the same at the end of the day, it's just if you head in with software.
Yeah, different layouts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought access control panels and boards are all the same, it's just all the different features that the software has.
I used to only touch Gallagher and Genetech. So like learning these different access control panels, there's some stuff that Gallagher kind of just has their own thing going on, you know?
Yeah, Gallagher's, everyone loves Gallagher, that seems pretty easy there, just build all the points.
It's easy, but like, there's no compatibility with like HID and that sort of stuff, and I guess you can get WeGAN boards to do that.
Yeah.
But like, not too often you have that.
Yeah, Gallagher loves to stay closed. Yeah.
Stay closed. You know, you have to sell a certain amount of product.
That product to be able to stay a bar.
Yeah. You gotta have the, what's it called, the SMA.
Yep.
Have to pay that out every so often, yearly usually. Very exclusive.
100%.
Yeah.
All right. Hey guys, let's see where we are.
하지만 소양이는 피지컬을 가지겠어.
난 가능할 것 같아.
저 요즘에 커팅하고 있어.
While waiting for my laptop to start, let me finish my programming. Have you all programmed your the other
시스템을 보는 거야?
the other three readers?
한번 싹 보시면은.
Are they the ones on the same board? Oh, no.
No. Yeah, the other three, like reader 2, reader 3, and reader 4, and they are 2210 and 1324E. And of course, if you look at the table structure, 2210 is here, and 1324E is on a separate IP address, right? And reader 3 is using address 0 on board, on the 1324E, and reader 4 is on address 1 on the reader number, right? And training reader 2 is on the controller, and it's on vegan only, right? So, just to show you quickly how I program that, right? This is training reader 2, right? And choose my 2210, choose my output type, which is the onboard, and this is OSDP Pro. No, can't be OSDP, it has to be vegan, right? This is the part where, okay, the board address I can't change. I can't change anything on the OSDP because it's a vegan reader, and it's on address reader number 0, right? And of course, then you choose a format, same, right? Cut off online mode to be cut only, and then offline mode to be firstly decode, right? And because it's a vegan reader, you will get to be able to choose what type of keypads you are using on the vegan, depending on how the keypad readers is sending the keypad messages back to the controller. Okay, sometimes they are using vegan 4-bit burst or 8-bit burst, depending on how the respective keypad reader connects on their vegan port. Alright, and that's my reader 2. And of course, to add the reader 3, just continue to add. And this time now is on a 1324E, which is over here at the bottom, right? And when you choose 1324E, you can choose the output format. Remember, it doesn't support vegan, it only support OSDP protocol. And of course, you will have to choose the port that you're communicating with the 2210, I'm on static, and you will be on 192.168.000.103. And because it's the first reader on that, so it's reader 0, and then the OSDP address 0. Right, just like what you see here. Right, reader 0, address 0. And of course, format is the same, save the record, and likewise, I can create my reader form. Everything is the same here, except that my reader number is going to be 1, like what you see here. Right, the only changes is reader number. You change it to 1, it will automatically show as address on the OSDP will be 2. Right, so if I change this to 1, right, it will automatically change this OSDP address to 2, because it will start from 2. Okay, and everything is the same, and you click OK to save the record. Alright, so I've created my 4 readers. Okay, oh sorry, my 6 readers in total, right? And just to show you how you see that from a live panel. Okay, as you can see, my reader, I have my 2220 on my training kit, right? And of course, I have my, alright. And of course, I have my in and out reader, right, over here, which are connected to OSDP address 0 and address 1 on the 1320, which is baud address 1 and baud address 1 for that as well. Right, on this reader, because sorry, on the in reader, you notice that if I try to trigger the control, right, if I activate the in reader or open the in reader door, you notice that this is the LED that light up, which is the output to that door. And if I activate the up reader, you will trigger on the same. So out reader is here, in reader is here. Okay, and of course, if you have card, you batch the card on either one of them, they will show as out and in reader independently. Okay. Of course, you have your I have my reader 1, I have additional programming on the reader 1, which we'll talk about maybe tomorrow, about how we can program a time zone to control the reader 1. Okay. And on the reader module, right, the 1320, these are 1320, right? They are the board on the 1320, they do have firmware, and if they say firmware not current, right, that's where you can always right click and say download firmware. Right, and you can push the firmware down to the 1320 to make sure you get the 1320 updated with the latest firmware. Okay, so I'm going to push it. Hopefully it doesn't break it. Right, you don't have to do it on the out reader. Why? Because the out reader is just a slave to the in. Right, so you address it on the first one, and the first one is the one that's going to take the information. And you only need to download to the first panel, not the rest, right? I will upgrade the firmware on this guy as well later. Any questions on the reader? at the same time, if you look at the reader, right, if I go into my 3210, I have my reader 2 there, right? You can open door, you can set the reader to the mode, you can adjust, activate auxiliary output, or activate the mask, the output, and all these things. You can do all these functions within the alarm monitoring. Okay? And of course, if you have event, you can always look at the event. Okay, my reader go offline. I can say, okay, what's happening? I can go and do a trace, and I can trace by the device. It will open that, and then that's where I can perform a historical trace to bring back, let's say, since Monday, right? See whether any activity, and then you can bring out all the activity that happens since Monday, right? If that's not enough, I can always go back and retrace again. I retrace on this one, and I can pull back as far back as, let's say, the last time I did a training was in March. So maybe I can bring up some activity that was in March, and I can find the card. I can start tracing from the card. I want to trace this particular batch, what this batch is doing, and I want to perform a historical trace all the way back down to March, right? And these are the activity that happened to this particular batch, right? Okay, so with the system in place, of course, you can do a fair bit of things to try to, figure out what's happening. And then if you have tied to cameras, you can actually right click and say, launch recorded video. I'm not too sure whether I have my recorded video. Let me see, don't go too far back because my recorded video may not have anything there. Launch recorded. Yeah, it brings back to the time where I was testing the reader, doing some demo. Alright, so anyway, these are all things that is more on the next phase or advanced topic on video as well. Any questions on the readers?
I've got a question, Ken.
Yeah,
I'm having some issues with my one with the reader in and reader out. When I modify, I can't click any of the tabs other than general.
Okay. You can't maneuver between the tabs. You have to go to the tabs and then you modify from the tab.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, so you have to click OK or cancel and then go back to the general tab and then modify. That is something to do with the way how the GUI interacts, and of course, based on the settings, you may have changes that will affect what is happening on the next couple of tabs. So that's the reason why you can't go back, jump back and forth within the tabs.
I see. Okay, makes
Okay.
sense. Thank you.
When they present it onto the web GUI, maybe you'll be a lot better. Hopefully. Alright, Harry, you have a question.
So for OSP setting on the readers, don't you need to click on the secure channel?
No, not necessary. It depends on whether you want to secure. Do you all know what is secure channel?
I'm not sure. So.
Do you know what is secure channel? Right? Okay. By default, when you're communicating on OSDP, right, the reader and the panel is already talking to each other using an encrypted protocol. There's already encryption on OSDP, right? But sometimes you may worry that somebody may just go and unplug the cable and plug in another reader, which is OSDP. And if the person knows the address, he may set the address and he may use that reader to try to read the data from somebody's cards. Right? But if let's say they unplug, you will get an offline event, you get temper and all these things. Where you plug in, you get all these things. So what happened with the secure channel is that if I only have OSDP, somebody can unplug the cable, put in another OSDP reader, it will work. If it's not secure. Right? By default, the encryption, the line is already encrypted. It's just that it's not secure. If I want to secure the channel, means that I will tell the panel, initiate secure channel communication, right? And when the panel initiates secure channel communication, right, you will do a remote link mode. And once you secure the channel, means that if somebody tries to take out the reader, what the secure channel does is that the panel will ask the reader, say, hey, communicate with me on secure channel now, right? And the reader will say, okay, acknowledge, and then then of course the controller will send down and say, this is my encryption key. Register it, and then the reader will come back and say, yeah, acknowledge, all good. From now on, they are talking on the secure channel. Same thing, you have encryption, but it's just secure channel. What the secure channel does is that somebody tries to take this reader from the wall and put another reader into the wall, right? Thinking that the OSDP line will still communicate. Sorry, the panel will say, no, you are not on the same encryption key with me because we are on the secure channel. And I will reject the information coming from this reader. I will report the alarm. However, if you have a genuine wear and tear, you're changing the readers, that's where your panel can say, okay, I reinitiate the comms, re-secure the channel again because it's a new reader that I put on the wall. Make sense?
Makes sense.
It's to protect against anyone who's trying to tamper your readers. All good. All right. Any other questions on readers?
And is there any disadvantage between, what are the advantages and disadvantages of vegan versus OSDP? Is there any, or is OSDP just the winner?
Well, main thing is the communication protocol between the readers and the panel, right?
Yes.
Vegan is less secure. Of course, in terms of the data protocol, the card format, all these things, whether you are on vegan or OSDP, you will still send the right information back, right? So nothing to do with the card format and stuff like this. It's more on the reader cable or reader connection cable, how secure it is. If vegan line, like what I say, somebody cut the green and white, you will not know. But if it's OSDP, somebody touch anything on the line, you will actually get a tempered alarm or something like this. Another advantage of OSDP versus vegan is that typically the vegan reader, if you need to configure certain format on the reader, you have to get a config card to go and change the format. Right? On the OSDP protocol, you can actually push from the panel down using the OSDP file transfer. Right? And then you can push your format into the reader from the controller or from the software.
But the thing is, am I correct in saying if you get on your OSDP line, you can lose a few readers? Where say
well,
the
not
line
necessarily.
okay.
If your OSDP line get cut, you'll lose that line to your OSDP. And that's why in OnGuard, you look at OnGuard panel, right? We don't connect to like a chain of 16 OSDP reader. We only connect to 2, at the most 4.
Okay.
Right? Okay? So we only mainly using it for securing the data protocol and making the data protocol more encrypted, more secure.
Okay.
Can you daisy chain your OSDPs?
Yeah, you can. But you go up only up to typically with 0 and 1, or maybe all the way up from 0 to 3.
So like if you're running to a door and the client goes, oh, can you put an out reader on that as well? And then you go,
Then
okay,
just daisy chain from
they're
there.
just daisy chain, right?
Yeah.
Cool.
OSDP is quite straightforward, and because you are talking about reader on the same door, it's normally just a short wire jump. Okay?
Yeah.
Alright, and by the way, LENEL and HID and SIA started the whole OSDP technology back in 2003 or 2005. So if you go into the internet and search for this one thing that LENEL, HID, or maybe I use HID published OSDP, the document, right? And understanding OSDP implementation. Right now. OSDP, yeah. So it started off with OSDP V1 jointly created back in 2008 between HID Global, Mercury Security, and LENEL. So the three companies started started this OSDP V1 and of course going to OSDP V2 and all these things. All right.
Got a question, Ken. So with the situation on the example where you put training reader on board,
Yeah.
so is it on board? Can that only use weekend?
Yes.
Is it?
That is one limitation. That's why I highlight this in the training. Because if I want to connect downstream devices to my 2210, the port on that RS Wi-Fi cannot be used anymore, which means that you can only have a vegan reader connected. You can't connect OSDP reader onto the board, onto the controller.
Right.
Okay?
Because,
And that is a limitation.
Yeah, right. Because from I guess Lindsay's question as well, where it seems like OSDP seems like just the superior communication protocol. Is it like you only use weekend when there's a limitation? Is that kind of how you should do things?
In the case, if let's say the customer is very particular about communication protocol of the reader, then I would suggest don't use 2210 for onboard. Right, you can lose that one reader on the 2210 and have all 1320s downstream, where the 1320 will then be managing the OSDP protocol. And if you want, you can put your 2210 on the inner side of the office so that you don't expose your vegan line if you have to expose it.
Okay, right.
But if you go with a 2220, 3300 or the 4420, they are not affected by the limitation. Only 2210 has that limitation.
Okay. Right.
Yeah. So I would say if you are not using 2210, there's no limitation on that. The only limitation is whether the customer want to use vegan or want to use OSDP. Okay. And there will be some behavior change with the LED as well when you compare vegan and OSDP.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Also, with that as well, let's say you use weekend for not just the onboard but the downstream, I guess, line. Can you have two communication protocols on one downstream? So if you want a couple readers as weekend and a couple readers as OSDP, is that possible?
You can, because you configure them via the board itself, right? So as long as you configure the board, I can have my 1320 on my reader number 1 port to be communicating on OSDP. I can create another let's say, let me add a test reader, right? And this one is running on vegan, right? And this running on vegan is on the same 1320, right? But it's on vegan protocol, right? So it's on the same 1320. The port address is still 1, right? But I'm not going to use address 0 because address 0 is being used by the OSDP communication. So I can use address 1 for my vegan communication. So which means that if you look at your wiring diagram, right? I can have this port connecting on OSDP, and then I can have this port communicating on vegan. It doesn't matter.
Right.
And that is the flexibility part of it.
Right. Okay. But you wouldn't be able to could you daisy chain it and have it?
You can't.
You can't. It's just
not for the vegan. Yeah, you can daisy chain the OSDP, but not the vegan.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
Thanks, Ken.
No problem. All right. Any other questions, readers? Right. If not, pretty much if you look through the slides talks about all those things that we have finished through in terms of format, online mode, offline mode, pairing the reader. As there's an additional feature at the bottom where you can do multiple selection of the reader, right? So sometimes if you have a situation where, well, I added in a few more readers now, I added in so many readers, instead of having to modify them one by one, I can select multiple reader. In order for you to select multiple reader, you have to put a tick on the multiple selection. You can manually tick on one of them, right? Or you can decide to say, okay, I selected my first one, and I scroll all the way to the last one on the bottom, and I press the shift button and click on that last reader. It will select all the reader at one go. When they select all the reader at one go, I can then modify. What it does is that whatever that is unique to the reader, it will gray out for you. You can't make the changes to those settings. But you are allowed to change other settings like putting in card format, changing the OSDP protocol if there's OSDP protocol, right? Changing the hold time, the held open time, or strike time, and all this other stuff. Make sense? Right, so I may want to change my held open time to 30 seconds because 75 is too long. And I click OK. It will change all your reader in that setting. So now all your reader has been updated with a held open time of 30 seconds. And remember, once you're done with that, I'll click on this multiple selection. Otherwise, I have one customer who have enabled multiple selection and they have thousands of readers. They selected the readers among the general, and then because they can sort by reader, sort by panel, they selected a fair bit, and then they didn't know that they have multiple selection turned on. They modified, they make some changes, save it, they end up changing to those other that was selected or that was ticked earlier. Right, so be very mindful about what you're doing, and especially when you're programming. Okay, you notice I didn't talk about door mask or door logging of the event. Everything is logged by default in the system, unless you do not want to monitor the event. Then you can turn it off. Okay, and that is what masking means, right? Once you mask it, you're not going to get events.
Is this the programming for the whole door, or is it just the programming for the reader?
For the reader and door.
Okay. Just thinking, so you've got the OSDPs that are assigned to the RS485. Is that assigned, if when you're selecting reader number, does that assign it to the rest of the inputs and outputs for that reader, the door? So if you're using init, how do I explain it?
What do you want to?
Well, it's you've got. Let me just pull up a board picture. In the VLP training hardware architecture drawing, you've got
okay.
the training reader in and out, and that's going to be wired through RS485.
Yeah.
And is that automatically assigned to let's see, in and out address?
So you see, my out reader is tied to the in, right? And the in reader is on address reader number 0, right? And because it's on address reader number 0, by default the door contact for reader number 0 is 1 and 2, right? Push button is 1 and 2, and the lock is number 1. So those lock and the door contact and push button are in reference to the same door, which is controlled by reader in.
Okay.
So your lock devices are all tied into the reference to reader 1. The reader in.
And that's defined
within the panel itself. You don't have to worry about addressing.
Okay.
Okay? Not like in some other system, you have to go and label the address, what address number is the input, what address number is the door contact, what address number is the lock.
Yeah.
You have to go and worry about all those numbers. You don't have to worry about this, right? There's dedicated input points for those and output control points for those door functions. Okay, with that, okay, Travis?
Yeah, yeah.
Right,
The only
if you
difference
look
I can
carefully,
see, the only
if
difference I
you
can
go into
see
the, yeah, if
for
you go
two.
into the hardware menu, right, you will see the hardware menu indicating that my dot contact number, my input number 1 is for dot contact, my input number 2 is for push button, and my input 3 and 4 is actually a spare input for reader 1. Right, when we talk about additional inputs later on, I will share with you more about this, right? Yeah, okay, and of course I have my reader 2, my dot contact and push button for reader 2 is here, and my auxiliary input are here for the reader 2 as well. Okay,
리더 1번 자체가
so there are designated, we call it the dedicated inputs and the dedicated outputs for those reader functions.
Yeah.
And then you have
As
the
a-
auxiliary
How does it know to assign those inputs
by default in the
to
system.
the OSD?
데이터
Okay.
By default in the system.
그리고 전원 두가 다
Okay.
OSP
Right? So as long as your reader is tied to the same family reader, the family reader controls all this information.
데이터 0이
Okay?
원인이 돼.
So I'm not too sure whether you feel good about having to program the addresses. You know, I've seen systems using addresses, and you have to remember all the addresses and numbers, right? And you have to remember every single point. The advantages of having unique addresses for every single point is that you can reuse them for other purposes, right? The advantages of having all these pre-programmed for you is that you can program it without having to worry about where my door contact is supposed to be. You can just tell the guys, this is the LENEL board. You know where the door contact for my door 1, where the door contact for my door 2. You know where it is supposed to wire the same place. No changes, right? So they wire it the same standard throughout the whole site, and you don't have to worry about addressing on the board or the wrong address, triggers, showing different things and stuff like this. It's easy in that sense. The only not so good thing is that when I have in-out readers, if I'm using Wigan on in-out readers, my dot contact and push button will be wasted because I only have one dot contact, I don't have push button. So I will have wasted points which I can't use it for other purposes. Does that make sense? Right? That is the only wasting part, but every of my reader boards, you have a lot of auxiliary, so there's plenty of auxiliary, there's plenty of spec. So much so that go ahead and waste it.
이게 고정이잖아.
Right?
BG 3번이라고 하면
Okay, just different boards, different type of design, and different way of handling it. So once you understand it, it should be okay. Okay?
그렇지.
Alright, can we continue?
Yeah.
Right. So I'm actually falling behind, far behind now. So I may have to speed up a bit faster. So if you guys have questions, maybe we can ask during lunchtime or something like this. But if let's say I can catch up, I may push a bit faster to see whether we can try to catch up as much as we can. Alright. Okay. So in the readers, there's other settings available, like setting the duress function. I can enable duress on the reader by having my pin code, the last digit, activate with a 1 or +1. It will become a duress code. So if my pin code is 1239, right? I just need to add the 9 with a 1. It becomes 1230, which is my duress code. With that being said, right, it doesn't mean it does not mean that you cannot hold the pin code of 1230 because that could be my duress code. No, the pin code ties to the card, which means that you can have a different card number but have the same pin code as me, or can have my duress code. You won't know my pin code anyway, right? So in the context of OnGuard, right, we use card and the pin follows the card. Okay, in some other system like TCOM, automatically if you have a pin code of 1234, no one else can use 1235. because that is a duress code. So automatically stop people from using 1235. Okay? Alright. We have also assumed door use in case of areas where there's only readers, but there's no physical door. So it's more like a door antenna, knowing if the person has come through the site or not, right? And we also have a feature called use limit. By the way, all these features that we are talking about here do not require any special license. You just need to buy the standard on guard. If they don't want to use it, configure for basic function. I always tell the customer, you buy an on-guard system, you only use 20 to 30% of what on-guard can do, but you're paying $1,000 worth of value of product. So if you go to your finance and your finance say, tell me, right, based on what you have purchased from LENEL, which is $1,000 worth of product, right? What are the features that you're using? And you tell them that the 30% that you're using, right? They will tell you, can you go out and find some other product that can, fully utilize the monetary return, right? Maybe $500 worth, and still do my 30%. Because that's what the finance will do, squeeze you to make you get a cheaper product. But I always tell the customer, hey, Mr. Customer, right, you got a $1,000 worth of product, right? And why not you fully utilize the capability of the product, like, for example, turning on some of all these features. When you do all these things, there's no additional cost to you, but you actually increase your security level. You're not a simple security system anymore. And when you start doing that, the customer will go back to their finance and say, well, I got this $1,000 worth of product, I'm using all these features, right? If I go out to the market and search for a product, it may be costing me about $800. No more $500 worth, because in order to get all these features, it becomes $800. Now you are comparing apple to apple. Does that make sense? And a lot of enterprise customers use a lot of features within the on-guard system, not just about reader, but about what is the back end, what is the integration capability, and how open is the database. Okay? So enforced use limit is one of the features where you can use to control how many times you can use your card on that reader. So in order for enforced use limit to use, the card holder must have an enforced use limit. If my card do not have an enforced use limit set, I can use as many times as I like. But if I set a limit, then my card, when they come to this particular reader, it will deduct my count on the usage. So you can use it for canteen, for catering services. Or you can use it for a theme park entrance where you only allow the card to be used once, and after that you can't pass the card to someone else for them to gain.
Kind of like an anti-passback.
Not anti-passback, it's a bit more than anti-passback. It's actually counting how many times you can use the card. And I can reset the count at the middle of the night if I want to reset the count. So if I use it for catering purposes, I can reset the count at the middle of the night so that the next day you've got 3 more tries to get food at the catering service. Right? And if you get 3 times, that's it, you can't get any more until the next day, right? If you decide to treat your friend for another lunch, that's it, right? You use up all your 3 counts, right? And then that's how they can actually use that feature. Okay? We have double card unlock or toggle state where you can actually use the double badge, right? I know T-Com has triple badge, ARM or things like this. We have double badge, right? So different systems use things differently. So double card, we can actually do toggle. We can generate an event to actually control what the double card also does as well. Okay? And here there's a few things to note. If your reader format is on card only, fine. If your reader format is on piece of card, it will not work with double card, right? So be very careful with that, right? And of course, with double card, I have to apply the authority to the card holder. If the card holder doesn't have the card authority, right, you don't want everyone to go to the reader and keep double badging and try to do something, right? So you can assign certain people who have that authority. So you remember I say access level is like a keychain. So it has a special tag on that keychain so that he has that special privilege to do that double badge authority. Okay? And of course I can do inverter stripe relay or LED I can use OSDP feature to actually set LED to follow the stripe as well. So that instead of just the default OSDP behavior where it just blink, right? You can actually set it such that it follow the stripe color. Where the stripe is on, if the stripe is off, it's off. Okay. And we have tailgate or turnstile usage. Normally we type into the auxiliary output as well, so that you can actually prevent anyone from trying to do a tailgate to your turnstile. Okay. We also have alarm shunt, which is typically used in a situation where you have access control and the intrusion alarm separated, and the intrusion alarm have a separate door contact that is on the door. Right, and in order not to send a false alarm to the intrusion because somebody fetched a card and opened the door, right? We have alarm shunt, which allow us to utilize our auxiliary output 1 to actually shunt the alarm from the door contact to send to the third party intrusion alarm system. Right, what it does is that based on the valid cycle, anytime a valid fetch on the reader, a command to open the door or push button to open the door, right? It will trigger auxiliary output a few milliseconds earlier than the strike. So that auxiliary output will shunt the door contact. So it's like if in this scenario where the door is not used or door is used, right? Once the strike open, right? It continues to shunt. The auxiliary output continues to shunt until the door, even the strike is closed, the door is closed. When the door is closed, 1 second after the door is closed, then you will reset the shunt, the output, which means that then your alarm will not be triggered in this case when the door is used. And if the door is not used, it follows the strike pattern. Okay, this alarm shunt, right, only ties in to the valid condition or open door condition. If somebody really force open the door, you get the alarm trigger straight away. Right? So it's just for that purposes. So sometimes in the situation, very common in the US, because the intrusion panel is a very simple intrusion panel. They don't need a very complex intrusion panel. So the intrusion panel is always armed, ready to send alert to the monitoring station. Right? The only thing is that the access control will tell the intrusion panel when you need to set. Okay? But here in Australia, it's slightly different. We normally have an integrated intrusion panel. So depending on the investment, right, and depending on what the customer expects. But if you want to use alarm shunt, be careful not to use tailgate and pressure 2-man rule because those are using the same auxiliary output. Okay. And of course, with alarm shunt, you can also set pre-alarm and all these other things here as well, which you have a few bits of notes here. I'm not going to read through every one of them. If you are interested, you can read a bit more. The strike follower is just another feature within non-guard reader setting, where if my car is driving up to the boom gate at the basement car park, right, I fetch my car, open up the boom gate, I'm ready to drive up, I can utilize the auxiliary output 1 to actually trigger the roller shutter on the top to open up as well. So as I drive up, the roller shutter will be open up for me to drive through. Right? So I can utilize that. And sometimes they use the strike follower in case of, after the output being activated for so many times, the output decides to stop working after 1 day. And instead of buying a whole new board, they just go ahead and say, okay, go for strike follower, turn on strike follower feature, and then use the auxiliary output to be the strike. Now, so they wire the wire from strike to the auxiliary output 1, and that's it. Continue to work as per normal. Alright? Okay. And of course, if you have PIN code, you can set your PIN code requirement setting, how many times they can try, how long you need to lock them out, how long before the reader can return back to normal. Once the reader is in a lock mode, right, you can't reset, right, until the restore time is up. Which means that even if I try to go into the software and right click, re-download or whichever, it will not reset the reader because somebody tried to use too many times on the PIN. So the only way to reset is come back to the reader setting, change it to 0, and save it, you will reset it, and then change it back to the previous time. Okay? Alright, and here I have some information about what is count, what is the timeout, and what is the restore, right? Exam may come out with some question, what does the count means, or they'll give you an explanation and tell you is that the count or timeout or restore. Okay? And of course, anytime that you do any entering of those pin code and wrong, you get event showing up in your main alarm monitor. Okay, and of course, I can do a pre-alarm very commonly in airport, right? In airport, I'm not too sure travelers have exposed to this or not. In some of the airport where they have the gate open up for the passenger to board the plane, right? They normally open up the gate for at least 20 to 30 minutes. But because this gate open up for the 20 to 30 minutes, sometimes the aircrew, because of rushing, they forget to close the door. And because they forget to close the door, right, we actually have this pre-alarm where we can define, right, if your time for doors to be open is 30 minutes, right? So which means that the car open time will send alarm to your system or to the control room saying that this door has been left open for 30 minutes. We can actually do a pre-alarm to say that in I think it's in seconds, right? You can specify in seconds or in minutes, I can't remember, but in seconds, right? So you can specify like in 10 minutes or 5 minutes before the alarm is triggered. I want a pre-alarm notification that sends to the reader buzzer or to the auxiliary output.
Like a warning timer ticker.
Yes, correct. And that warning timer will then alert the crew to say that, hey, I better extend, use my card badge on the reader, extend for another 10 minutes. And when I do that, the alarm will automatically be pushed back for another 10 more minutes. So in this case, right, you don't have to create more complicated programming. You just need to use the pre-alarm that create a pre-alarm feature for those airport scenarios. Alright, and of course you have LED to control the buzzer or to control via either using wire or OSDP where you can actually set the LED mode. Right. If you go further down, apart from setting, you have the control page where you can actually set your supervision, whether your door contact is supervised with 1K, 2K, and then your racks could be supervised with 10K, 20K. You can define your supervision value we talked about yesterday, right? And by default, the system do not report the push button event. If you want the push button event to be reported back to the server, you have to put a tick on this report, request to event, exit event. Okay? Another feature that is also within the reader itself is the relaxed door force open detection. This is typically for those doors that have a bit of a gel issue or the door has been misaligned for after maybe a few years of usage, right? You can actually enable this use relaxed door force, right, for a 2-second restore delay based on a valid door open cycle. Just like the alarm shut, right? When the access granted, when the push button or when the open door command is issued, right, it will automatically create a 2-second delay when the door returns back to normal. Because when the doors return back to lock, because of the agile, it may take a while to be locked back. So the 2 seconds is there to buffer for any false alarm. Okay? But if the door is good, don't have to use that. Yes, Harry, you have a question.
So what if I cannot click on Rex report request to the exit event, and doesn't it appear on the alarm monitor, right?
Yeah, every single time when they press the push button, it will show up in the alarm monitoring. Okay? But you will not know who pushed the button, right? It's just an indication that somebody pushed the button. Okay? Alright. And to give you a bit idea how this auxiliary, remember, right? The auxiliary input output is here, right? Over here, and in the software, if you look at your programming, I go to my reader in, right? The auxiliary input and output is here. and you can modify them, and you can change them, you can program them for whatever purposes. You can later on, when we go into local I/O, we will be talking about how we can actually program them to control certain things as well, right? And same thing for output over here. Okay. And of course, if you look at your alarm monitoring, right, you will definitely see this under the in reader and the respective other readers as well. Right, if I go into the in reader, you will see the in reader has your auxiliary input output, right, but not on the out reader. Out reader is secondary or slave reader, right? But if you go into the reader one, you have your auxiliary input output. Okay, and you can change the name of this auxiliary input output as well. Right, they are just predefined for you, up to you whether you want.
설정되어 있는 걸 한번 다운로드 시키면 원래 통신이 붙으면 다운로드 자연적으로 하는데 그냥 혹시 몰라서 한번 더 설정되어 있는 걸 그냥 다운로드 하는 겁니다.
Alright, and on the, I think this is pretty much last one, right? On the reader group, right? We have reader grouping. It's useful when you have this reader grouping at the start of your programming. It is not going to be useful if you program 100 doors and then you decide to do your reader grouping there. Then you have to go back to all your 100 doors and assign them accordingly, you know, to their respective grouping by the area, by location, by country, or by building, depending on how you want to group the readers, right? So just give you an example, we have tasks that we need to do as well, where I talk about reader. Well, we need to create a reader grouping by location, right, and using it to manage searching record of the reader. Got no other thing than helping you find the record of the readers. So let me go into the reader group, but I'm going to go into this list builder, okay, which at the same time, I'm also going to create a few batch status, apart from what is in the default in the system. So one is cannot use 30, cannot use 7, and deactivated. So we will add this in as well. Okay, to program this, you will see this in the system admin, and under the administration, you will find this builder. Right? And when you open up this builder, you open up a window that shows you batch status, building, and all these other things where we can see a bit more later with the card holder. But you have reader group 1 all the way to reader group 6. This reader group 1 to 6 is pointing, is pointing to the grouping over here. Reader group 1 to 6, right? So let me open up this builder again. What I'm going to do is I'm going to use reader group 1 for location, right? So I may want it to be Australia, right? We only have Australia and Korea, so keep it simple. Korea. So reader group 1, it could be location based. Reader group 2 is more of a function, so I can say this one is general. These are general readers, right, for general access. This could be high security, right, and this could be IT readers, right. So I could have a few different groups. When I create the groups myself, okay, I have to, like what I said, I need to add in a few batch status. They have active, lost, and return, right? Which I explain to you more when we go into the card, but let's create a few, right? Which I need card not use 30. Add one more card not use 7. And deactivated. Right, so I added a few more for the batch status as well. Okay. So I will be able to come here and make the changes or update the changes here. But before I do that, I'm going to introduce you another application. We have gone through system admin. We have gone through a bit of alarm monitoring as well. Right, I'm going to introduce another program called Form Designer. Right, this Form Designer is another powerful piece of application with OnGuard that allows you to customize the layout or form of the system, right? Especially on the card holder. And very commonly used in card holder because sometimes the customer say, oh, I want to be able to track down all their certificates and stuff like this. I want to have additional field to keep record of this. I want to have additional field to keep record of that. Right? You can create those customized in the system. You just need to get a form designer license, and that's it. You can do as many as you want on that system. So obviously, because you're going to do form designer, you make sure that you agree that you have a backup, but we know what we are doing, so say yes, so that you can proceed. You have a few forms that you can open up to play with, right? Very commonly used for card holder, but for now, we are only going to go to the reader form, right? And when you go into the reader form, the only thing that you change in the reader form is the reader grouping, right? Don't click on this one, right? If you click on this one, you are updating the record data field. I'm updating the text. I'm changing the text to say not reader group 1, right? I'm changing this to say location, right? And I'm changing this to function. Hey, don't change the object name. The object name is what is in the database. If you make some changes and realize that you have changed the wrong thing, right? Just remember, don't save the record. Close the program. You are fine. You can come back in again until you only when you click on save, that's where the changes will be updated. And because of that, right, it says save cosmetic change only. I'm not changing the whole data field. I'm just changing the labels. So I say okay, and that will require a restart on the application server, and this will run for a while. And when it's finished, I should be able to refresh this screen. Or just make it easier, I close this first, let it finish the updating. Do you guys have any questions? Seems like a lot of things on reader, correct? Okay, and I think if you ask me how many percentage of what we gone through is being used on site, I can tell you maybe 20 to 30%. Right? If it just for access control, you only use about 20 to 30% of it. But it's good to know everything so that at least you know what else is capable of. Right? I figured out how to make this training. Maybe I have to adjust my agenda to make some stuff to go into day 1 so that on my day 2 and day 3 it won't be so much of an overlap. Because my day 2 is very heavy on hardware. And if I do this reader training yesterday, I can tell you, it's going to make it even harder for you guys to try to absorb what I'm training. Any questions on the readers?
I've got a question, Ken. How did you open up the setting to add the, I think it was the badge groups, the badge.
Badge status.
Yeah, badge status.
Go to the administration and look under list builder.
Okay, yeah.
And that's where you can make list builder. Okay?
I see, yep, thank you.
So right. Once this is done, you can, you should be able to close that form. And if I reopen up my reader form now, you notice that under the grouping stage, right, it has updated to location and function. And of course, if my reader 1 and 2 is more of a primary reader, I can either program them one by one. Say this is in Australia and is a general purpose reader, right? And my reader 2 could be in Korea and is for general purpose.
Are we changing the object name or are we changing the text?
The text, not the object name. The object name belongs to the database. Okay, and of course my reader 3 could be in Korea as well, and there are IT readers, right? Or it's also IT readers. And this one will be in Australia and high security readers. last one. Yeah, and I see the preview. So you notice, right? If you have changed, if you have created this at the start, you should be able to populate and update them as you go along, right? But what this grouping does is that imagine you have 1,000 readers in the record. Is it going to be a nightmare for you to search for the readers, right? So in order for you to help you find your readers a bit better, if you have this grouping, sometimes you just do a search and say, well, I want to search for all the readers in Korea. Right? Then you only return the readers that's in Korea. Or maybe, right, I want to search for all the readers that, for general purposes, right? I don't care from which country, but I just want to search for general purposes reader, right? Then you have reader 1 and 2 over here. Okay? It's only helping you to search for readers so that you can make your configuration a lot more. Nothing else. Okay? So I'm not too sure whether you work the effort or not. It's up to you all to decide, right? It's available for you, right? Okay? Okay. So that being said, right, we will have finished up the readers, and okay, I would like to check, Harry and Jeremy, if we break a bit earlier for lunch, so that we can come back earlier from lunch, would that be okay for you guys?
Yes.
And for the guys in Australia, so
yes, we
I think it's lunchtime, so yeah, thanks. Yeah, I think for us, we are already lunchtime, and maybe we can break for lunch. So what I would like you all to do is that, if you are on the same path with me, you can just go through the alarm acknowledgement. These are just very basic stuff, which I will go through anyway, right? And if you have not programmed all your readers, go ahead and program your readers during your lunchtime, or while you have your lunch, right? And last but not least, after we have finished the reader, right, we will be going to access level and card programming, right? So just to give you an idea how far behind we are, right? We are only up to what we supposed to finish yesterday. So we are half a day behind, right? Or more than half a day behind, but we should be able to catch up. I'm hoping to at least get to local I/O by today, if we can, right? And a lot of things portion is card holder programming. So I can give you a theory, teach you guys the basic, but you guys have access to the system even though I finish the class. Right? You can continue to work on the VLP, continue to do your programming, continue to do what you want to test on the virtual learning platform. It's not restricted to say you can only access during the class. Once I finish, you can continue to work on it, right? And you can do what you need to do, and you'll see how much you can catch up from there. Okay?
Okay.
All right. So let's go for lunch, and I will presume everybody will come back around 15 minutes after the hour. So it could be about 1:15. If you are a bit delayed, it's okay. We will catch up. We will see where we are, and we will catch up from there. Right? Okay? Harry?
Sounds good.
Great. All right. Go ahead, enjoy your lunch, and I will talk to you guys in a short while.
이번에 50분인데?
Thanks, Ken.
Yeah.
Just looking at this forms design,
Yeah.
I've changed the text to location function.
Yeah.
It's gone to go save, and it's got save cosmetic.
Going on to alarm acknowledgement, right? As I mentioned earlier, obviously on the DLP, you won't be able to see the alarms because you don't really get much alarm showing up on that system. But on my training laptop, I can show you when you get alarm. What can you do with the alarm, right? So if let's say look at one of the alarm. Let me update firmware for this guy as well. And then if I look at the alarm over here, you can double click on it. You will open up alarm acknowledgement, right? And in alarm acknowledgement, it shows you the detail of the alarm. And if you decide to say, based on this alarm, I'm investigating a few things, I'm checking, and you can say mark in progress, you will actually see the activity history from here. Right? And of course, if everything's all good, you can predefine certain text if you want to predefine the text. If you want to have some instruction template, you can also predefine the instruction template that ties to that alarms message from that particular input or that particular task. Once everything is okay, once you acknowledge it, the alarms will automatically clear if that alarm is allowed to be cleared. Okay, so let me see, this is on the in reader, right? So if I acknowledge, it will remove from the screen, right? And of course, if I go back and look at in reader and start to trace the activity of this reader, right? And perform a historical trace just for today, right? You can see that these are the activities that happen on the in reader, right? And I have acknowledge or mark in progress message here. I can double click on it. I can look at, okay, Ken has acknowledged it after 1 hour and 51 minutes, right? And he say checking, and then of course, after that, shortly after, I can say acknowledge, and let's close off the alarm. Okay? Alright, and I think alarm acknowledgement is quite straightforward, nothing too complicated to handle. But it's more when you get access to it, how you're going to use it, and how much information you need to see over there, right? Remember, this is a main alarm monitor, right? It shows everything. What I like is actually to use a separate window, like pending alarm window, to show me the actual alarm. So if I have a genuine door pause, right, here, right, I trigger a door pause, you can get a door pause alarm, right? And of course, any alarm that appears here, we'll talk about it, but what alarm can show up here, how you can define these alarms over here, right? And of course, if I reset the alarm, right, the default setting may not show up, but the moment you say, okay, well, I acknowledge this, you will show me that now the door pause open has been restored. And of course, the door pause open restored is not showing up here. It's actually showing up on the main event window. And if you do a trace of that device, you'll be able to see that, okay, the door pause open at 125 and the door pause open restore is at 126. Got it? Okay.
Is there a way to stop certain alarms coming through on the main monitor alarm?
We'll talk about that in a short while, right? There is definitely a lot of ways to handle it. It depends on where the alarm is coming from and how those alarms is coming from, right? And I don't suggest to have all alarms coming into this screen, and you can filter them or you can manage them in that level. Okay? So in mark in progress, I've shown you, right? And of course, you can, you will see the Alexa, how fast the person responds to those, and trace the alarms and all these things, right? And you can also utilize the Control F11 to select all the that you want. Use the Shift button to select, right? And then you can do the Control F12 to acknowledge all at one go, right? So if there is a lot of message showing up, right? Like what I have here, about 30, I can either do a Shift select and then do a Control or fast acknowledgement over here, Control F12, right? You actually do a fast acknowledge on every one of them, okay? So pending alarm window,
Hey,
which is
mate, so you know where the security office is? You turn right.
I'm with you.
I'm going to make it, right? Alright, so on the pending alarm window, right? This is the window that I talked about, and that window is the window, right, that define what alarms need to be appear over here. So by default, you see all these alarms showing up here, right? You can decide, say, okay, for example, I want the reader offline alarm to show up on this screen. right? For whatever reason, and maybe not all the reader. Maybe I just want to look at the reader that I'm interested in, which is the in reader. So what I can do is that first of all, I will have to find. Hold on, let's start a minute. I have to find the event. Okay, in the monitoring alarms. Under the definition here, I'm looking for reader offline. So obviously there will be one called reader offline, right? And when I find the reader offline, right, you have a list of action here or settings here. This is the place where you can modify and say I want it to be active alarm, right? And when you say you want it to be active alarm, this is where only active alarm will then appear in pending alarm window. So if you don't put it as active, it will not appear in the pending alarm window. Okay, so first of all those alarms that you want it to be appearing, you set it to active. By default, some of the alarms that we know that is critical, we will put it as active already, like door force open. And the next thing is, if the alarms are not yet deleted, restore or acknowledge, it will still maintain inside the pending alarm window. Unless somebody acknowledge it or delete or restore it, then it will remove from the pending alarm window. Okay, so take for example, back to the earlier one, if I have a door force open, right? And if I decide to just acknowledge from here, that will remove straight away from the pending alarm window. Got it? Right? But if it re-trigger again, it will appear. But this time around, I do not want to acknowledge it because I'm still investigating. So I can right click and mark in progress. Right? Or double click, and then I say I say okay, need investigation. Right, and I mark in progress. It will still stay on the pending alarm window because it's not yet acknowledged, not yet deleted, or not yet restored. But if the alarm is restored, then it will actually remove from the pending alarm window. Does that make sense? Okay. Knowledge. So just bear in mind, this is where I will encourage you to tell or set in such a way that if any genuine alarm or alarm that you really need to see, you want to show up on this pending alarm window. Okay. Next topic I'm going to touch on is the monitoring zone, right? And to go into monitoring zone, very important thing about monitoring zone is that monitoring zone control what the operator can see, right? So Trevor, if you ask me, is there a way to control or limit the number of events coming to your screen? Yes, you can. There's various ways. And in monitoring zone, this is how we actually limit, right? So by looking at what are the events that you want to tie to a particular time zone. Maybe during office hour, I do not want those events to come in. After office hour, yes, I want the event to come in. You can tie the event to the time zone, create an event routing group. And when you create an event routing group, join the event to the particular hardware that you want to check. And then you map it into the monitoring zone where you can then assign it to the user. Okay, so take for example, Trevor, some of the event that you see, right? You think that I do not want the duty manager to look at it. I can actually program in such a way that I don't show it when the duty manager log in. But when the system administrator or maybe when the supervisor or when the self log in, you can see all those events.
I kind of want to filter out. I know you showed me how to filter through the thin client, but yeah, I wanted to filter out
through the
door closed or open.
Yeah, so you can filter them out based on monitoring zone, right? But you have to be very careful. Those events are coming from that WMS which is a data source, not a individual panel event. If you're talking about LENEL, it's very easy because you come with individual panel event, they are from different locations, right? But run this program may be writing everything to a text, so it may be just a text filtering. Okay,
it's still coming through as different alarms.
Yeah, but you don't want to end up filtering, including what you need for the string operation.
Yeah.
So you have to be very careful that make sure that they are not the same filtering group before you actually, not the event group before you can actually filter them to the zone. So test it out first. Make sure that you can see from a monitoring zone. And one good thing about it is that we will go through one exercise to do it together, right? So let me go to the PDF. Where my phone? Here. Right. On the VRP or on the worksheet, right, we are supposed to create a monitoring zone for training zone, right? And this training zone, what I would like to do is that I want to create a zone just for the reader and panic button only. I don't want anything else. Okay, I just want a reader and panic button. And for the in and out reader, I want everything. What do I mean by that? Right? Is that when I look at my system tree, for my reader 2, I have a lot of auxiliary reader 3, I have auxiliary reader 4, auxiliary, I have so many auxiliary, and reader 1 as well. For the reader in, I have auxiliary as well. So all these auxiliary I do not want to show on my training zone. I only want to see the readers. Okay? And remember, look at the hierarchy. First you have the panel, then you have the readers. Same thing for the read panel, and then if you where is my panic button? If I scroll a bit more and look for my panic button, my panic button is, oh, I haven't programmed my panic button. My bad. Let me quickly program my panic button. Have you all programmed a panic button? Yeah. So if you guys can quickly do it, otherwise you will not be able to do the exercise, right? So I'm going to add my training panic button, and of course to not supervised normally be open, and everything stays the same. Okay. And I have a training siren. Output number. Oh, sorry. It's on the output board, right? Output, and you did 3. So I have my training siren and training panic button. So obviously on my training panic button is underneath the input panel, and then it's underneath the 2220 controller. Okay? Bear in mind this hierarchy, because based on this hierarchy is how you need to program a monitoring zone. Okay? Go back to your system admin, and under monitoring, you will have monitoring zone over here. What you will need to do is, I'm going to create a training zone. Okay, in this training zone, of course you have panels, but the first thing is I want to find my readers. So obviously you'll go in and try to look for your readers. But then you realize that, hey, I got no readers. Why? I must have done something wrong? No, okay. What happened is that in this monitoring zone, it's very important to make sure that you understand the hierarchy. Where is my reader under? Are they under the panel? The readers are all configured under the panel, right? In terms of hierarchy, it's under the panel. Agree? Right? So obviously I have to find the panel first. And I need to find my 2210 as well as my 2220 because I have all the readers that I want to add, right? There's a little window here. Okay, there's a little window here that is very, very important. It says include all child device. If I decide to throw this panel across to the right hand side, it means that include all child device. It will not allow me to select anything underneath the panel. If I want to be able to choose what I want to display, I must say specify child device individually. Okay, once I select that and assign across, now if I look for reader, I'll be able to see all my readers over here. Okay, and for reader 1 to reader 4, because I want to only see the reader, I do not want to include all child device because it will include all the auxiliary input, all the auxiliary output. I do not want them to all show up. So you maintain specified child device individually and you assign across. Okay? And the next thing that you need to do is we talk about our in and out reader. We want to see everything, right? So over here, because we want to see everything, you don't want to specify, you want to include all the child device so that you see everything on in and out reader. Okay, that's how I program my reader sets inside the monitoring zone. If I need to go to my panic button, which is one of the input that I want to monitor, can I go straight to the panic button? Where is my panic button under? Who is the parent of the panic button? The input panel.
Training panel 1.
Training input panel 1100. And then it's under the under the 2220. Right? I have already added the panel, but I have not added in my training input panel yet. So if you go into your inputs, right? Where is my input? Alarm inputs, right? I will not see anything here. That's because I did not specify or include what I want to add from the panel. I need to include this person, right? This middleman. So I need to first find my alarm panel. And I say, okay, I don't want to include everything because I need to select the panic button only. I'll say, okay, I want this panel to be added in, right? Specify a child device. Then I can look for my alarm inputs. And you'll find your 2 inputs over here. And of course, I'm not going to have everything. I'm going to have only the panic button. So make sure there's a tick. And because the panic button is the last device in the tree, you can't specify include or specify anymore. You just include. And if you need to set different time, different event, that's where you create an event of include. Okay? That's how I set up my monitoring zone. Okay? And how that is going to look like, I will show it to you in a short while. For benefit of travelers, right? When you look at the training zone, right, you can even assign a map. If you design a map, you can make the map the default map when they launch on the screen. So you won't have to go and search for the map. So every time when they launch the map, the first thing that shows up is the map that they're supposed to be seeing.
Do they have to select which monitoring zone they're opening?
Well, you can make it such that they are always locked out to a zone. So let me show you, right? When I click OK, right, I have 2 zones. If you want to limit the user such that the user can go to only one zone, right? You can go into the user form, you can find your security guard, okay, modify, look under the monitoring zone assignment, that's where you can assign the zone that they belong to. Each person can only be assigned to one zone. You can't select multiple zones, right? You can't select 2 zones here, you can only select 1. Right? It's either you get the option to access any zone that you create in the system, or you decide only one zone that is allowed to be given to him.
And if nothing's selected, it's just going to be default?
No. It will give him an option to choose.
Ah, true.
Just like when you log in, right? Okay, so now if I log out and I log back in again, and of course I did not fix to a zone, right? So that means that I can choose a zone, right? I can drop down and choose I want to go into monitoring zone, training zone, right? Sorry, right? And I click OK. Once I do that, you can see that on my system tree, I have reader 1, reader 2, 3, and 4. I have training reader 1, right? But they don't have any more auxiliary. And my in reader has the auxiliary because I include everything. And last but not least is my panic button. Okay, James, you have a question?
Yes. I'm at the zones, monitor zones at the moment, but when I go to readers, nothing shows up. And I'm at the monitor zones, and
okay.
when I try to add the readers, nothing shows up.
Anyone want to advise James?
Have you selected your
By the
panel
media,
yet?
you have to select the hierarchy, the parent. Do you select a panel?
Yeah, so you just have them ticked, right?
You have that tick.
You have them ticked, and then did you assign them to?
The children is include. It's supposed to be
You have to
specify, right?
and then assign. And once you've done that, then you can find your readers underneath.
Right. Okay. Okay.
I must apologize for this hectic programming. I can't make it better. What I told the engineer is that if you can make the whole screen on the system tree in such a way that they can just drag and drop into that window, that's it. That's what I want to see, right? And that's what the end user would like to see. But this is not how it's being programmed at this moment. Okay, but it's something that they can explore when they go into the web programming. Okay?
So this is something like if you're
In the
if
future.
you're an enterprise, or if like you're an enterprise and you want to separate your sites
Yeah.
into specific alarm zones.
Even in a very small system like a professional system, right? Where you may be just trying to segregate the responsibility of the operators. You can actually use monitoring zone to segregate the responsibility. Does that make sense? Right? I can even make in such a way that the operation people are already monitoring all the live panels, live event. They are sitting down there ready to see if there's an alarm. While I'm doing some testing and commissioning over here. Do I want my testing and commissioning to affect their operation? No. So what I do is I put my panel into the testing commissioning zone where I can see all the stuff, but they can't see. Once I finish all my T&C, right, I map this device to the production zone. And from there on, they can start to see those events, which is a genuine event. Does that make sense? So a device can be mapped to multiple zones. It doesn't matter how many zones you want to map it to. Okay? There's only one condition. The operator who log in can only be assigned to one zone. Okay? Otherwise, if you don't want to assign, then you can choose which zone you want to see. Okay? Alright, that's for monitoring zone. Any questions?
So you got monitor stations.
Yes, I got monitoring.
As well.
So you can make in such a way where the monitoring station controls the zone as well. So in such a way that that will prevent a user from being able to select another zone. So you can limit the zone underneath the workstation. So the workstation when they try to launch it, they only be able to select what is given to that workstation.
So instead of doing the individual users, you can just go, hey, only this station
Yeah.
can see it.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
All right. And of course, you can queue those events so that the event will be able to come out. Show up the last 3 days of event based on best report in the system values. Okay, and for user assignment. Okay. There's additional information in the alarm monitoring where you can configure, right? Where you do not want the alarm to keep on showing up, you can set the value from 1,000 to 25,000. It's configured under the configured alarm option, and you can also set the alarm to clear automatically in the system, right? The alarm that are based on alarm that doesn't have require user action. So like batch access event. So perhaps like what we did in the airport, we actually make it in such a way that those events are not critical. They can automatically clear after you reach 1,000, or after you reach 5,000, you automatically clear 50% of it.
Mhm.
Okay. Okay. That's all for the alarms and alarm monitoring and managing of the alarm. Have you programmed your monitoring zone? Do you need a bit of time to program, or we are okay to proceed?
We just need to do the training zone.
You done that? Who have not done that?
Yeah, so I've done the training zone.
Yeah. James and Harry and Lindsay, have you all done your training zones?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
The only thing I haven't added is that panic button.
Oh, okay. So you can add that and then add it into the zone later as well.
Oh no, I've
You
got
go.
outputs, but where do you, which of the drop downs is it? Is it where to add?
No, it's under the. You need to first add the input panel.
Yeah, so I've got both the input panels.
There's only one input panel.
Oh wait, okay. One.
And when you choose the input panel, do you specify your child device? You say you want to specify. If you say include, you only let you choose your panic button.
Right, okay.
So you must specify. So whenever you want to select a specific input or specific point, make sure you specify on your parent. If you don't specify, you will include everything.
Okay, right. And where's the training input panel found? In which drop down?
It will be under the alarm panel.
So you go.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Got it.
All right. Okay. Let's continue to access level and access group, right? As I mentioned to you, access level is like a keychain that contains readers and where you can access to the readers, what time you can access the readers, right? This access level, which is a keychain, also contains maybe special permission or special authority as well, right? And also, right, sometimes because you have so many keychains hanging around, you can assign multiple keychains to each person. And by default, we know that we can have up to 6 access level per person. If you want to give more, you can go up to more. You can even go up to 255 keychain or access level per person. And each keychain contains a set of readers. So you can imagine how big this system can go up to, right? You can pretty much keep on growing and growing, right? Access level is that access group has no special authority over the access level. The access group is only good at selecting the access level. That is the main job of it. So not something too complicated. Just remember, access group is just helping you to select the access level.
So it's like a bulk selection of access levels.
Yeah, correct.
And so you can just select access group, and then it like automatically gives you all those access levels.
Correct. In some other systems, they have groupings. And the way how they do in the grouping is that the grouping consists of all the access level, and you can use other access level, and you cannot override the grouping. Right? The grouping here is just helping you select. It doesn't control the access level. Okay. So to go into access level, I will go straight into the programming. But of course, let's look at what we need to program. Right? If you go into my worksheet on the access level, we need to program 3 access level. One is for main entrance that contain reader 1 and 2 office hour. Right? I will show you one, and I will show you one access group as well. Right? and you can add the other two, secure office access, which is reader 3 and 4 office hour, right? And then, maybe what I do is I will show you how I create the security access, right? And with a mix, so I'll show you main and security access, and then I'll show you how I do the standard access group, okay? So, main entrance, reader 1 and 2 office hour, and then the other one is reader 1 to 4 is always in and out office hour. Okay. So to go into access level, you go into access control and you will find access level over here. Right? And when you open up access level, you have access over here and you have user command. So just add a new one and we call it the main entrance. Right? And it's an access level for main entrance, and what I put inside there is saying reader 1 and reader 2, office hour only. Okay, so it's a schedule or the time zone that you assign to the reader, right? And you assign across and you appear over here. Okay, and if that is what you need, just the main entrance access, reader 1 and 2 office hour, right? Make it the same access. Right, and you can press OK to save the record. The other one that I need to add is the security access, which consists of reader 1 to 4 always, in and out will be office hour only. So you can have a mix of timing within the same access level. So I can say, okay, this is for security access. Right, and it consists of reader 1, I can press the, remember, right, the icon is important. By highlighting or selecting, right, you are not selecting the record, and then you may think that you selected the record, you throw it across, you can't, right? Not you can't, as in even if I choose office hour, when you think you selected the record, right, you only selected the 2 records here, not those that you highlighted, right? Remember, it's go by the icon, the tick on the icon. So my security access is reader 1 to 4, and that will be always, so I can override what I previously set across, and then reader 1 to 4, reader in and out will be office hour only. So I can have a mix of always and office hour and different time zone within the same access level. Alright?
Love when
And
it's this easy.
Sorry?
I love when it's this easy.
There's nothing too complicated on this, right? And of course, when you go down to the access group, right? It's none other than just mapping them together. So I need to create one for the standard access group, for the standard employee, which consists of main entrance and office access. So that means I have to create office access. Let me create office access then. Right, and that consists of reader 3 and 4. What is the time zone? Reader 3 and 4 office hour access. So now if I go into the access group, I will add a new one called standard AG, right? And that will be just for main entrance and office access. And I can click OK. So you can create multiple number of access group, right? You can create as many as you like. Remember, this is just helping you to select the record. You got no overriding control, right? You can see what is inside there. And the other one is the contractor, which only get main entrance access. Add a new one called contractor AG, and that is only main entrance. Okay. Any questions on access level and access group? No? Alright. So if you look through the training guide, right, most of the time, who create the access level for your customer? Okay, hold on a minute before you answer my question. Travis, what is your question?
Can you assign areas for arming, disarming through the access group?
Not through the access group,
And
and
like an area group.
not through the access level, because arming and disarming is done in a different perspective, right? So I must say, first of all, right, when you talk about access control, it's very standard across any access control system. But when you go into intrusion or alarm arming and disarming, right, the LENEL or on-guard system handle it very differently from any other system as well. But compared to, let's say, Honeywell, ProWatch, or Zerasco system or any other access control system that is outside Australia, right? They are all about the same. They use input output, they tie into the arming sequence, or they tie into the keypad. You must have access to the keypad before you can do arming. You must have pin code. You must have all these things before you can arm the system, right? So the way how they handle is handle like access control, trying to do alarm monitoring or alarm intrusion. But if you look at an intrusion integrated product in Australia, right, they handle it totally differently, right? They have a panel, they create arming group where they assign the arming group or the alarm group to the user, then they are allowed to do the arming and disarming sequence. So it's slightly different, but it can still achieve what you need to achieve. It's just that it's done differently in the programming.
Okay.
Right? And my view is that I have been dealing with TCOM as well. I understand how TCOM works, and that's why I understand how other systems works here in Australia.
This is kind of how I'm like, yeah.
And there are two things, right? Yeah, and one thing is that I see the now, because it's enterprise is being used a lot outside Australia, right? If I only know TCOM, I can tell you, or if I only know the Australia integrated products, intrusion products, I go out of Australia, I will not be as good as anyone else who use the enterprise level product. Right? But same thing, if I only know the enterprise access control product and I doesn't know anything about the integrated product in Australia, I will be like nothing when I come to Australia. Because when I first come into Australia, I can guarantee you there's no way I can talk in the same language with the guys in Australia. Right? When I teach the guys, I tell them about enterprise, I say, what is this? How come you cannot do this? How come you cannot do this? Then how can I do this way and that way? You know, everything is very different because of the concept of the product. Okay. Right. And yeah, I forget my question. Is there any questions from anyone, or with regards to access level? Oh no, I remember my question. Guys, normally who program the access level for your customer side? You guys or the customer?
Customer. When you train
The access levels.
maybe customer.
Oh, when you train them, it could be the customer.
Yes.
Back when I was doing, I guess kind of now, we just assigned the access, we kind of create the doors. I'm just trying to remember different sites, but like Brisbane City Council would be, you assign the access
To the door group,
and
right,
then they assign it to the groups.
Okay, so you create the hardware and then they assign to the access level and then they assign themselves to their people, right? Okay. Lindsay, is that from your experience as well, or you guys do a bit differently?
Correct, yes, correct, yes.
Okay, so one thing that you take note, right? Most of the time in US, right, or in other parts of the world, or not all parts of the world, depending on how smart is their security department, right? If they are very tech savvy, yes, they will program it themselves. Right? You add the hardware, they can look at what is the reader, they can actually program it, they add it themselves into that. But if they are the one adding it themselves and not you programming it for them, trust me, after 1 year, if you go back to the site and if you are not trained properly, because of one small little reader or one small changes, they keep adding access level, keep adding, until 1 year later you come back, initially you only got 10, but then you got now 1,000 access level in the whole system. And there is plenty of duplicate. And this is a very normal case because most of the time the end user may not be trained on how to program this, and they will just say, oh, you need one more door. I'm not too sure which one. So let me create a new one, add in, and then add the door in and realize that, I can just assign this, or in fact, when they look through the system, there could be other access level they can just assign. So, it's all about understanding and knowing what they should be creating. Right, and if you deal with corporate customers like Microsoft, Amazon, they have very standard naming conventions, right? The installer will set up all these things for them, right? Including assigning to the access levels. And what they do is that they only assign the access level to the cardholder, according to which. And then if they need new access level to contain new door, then they need to have proper paperwork to indicate that I need a new access level. These are the door that I need to add inside the access level. And the team will check, if they say there's already a duplicate, say, I don't need to create that for you because it's already there in the system. Okay? Alright, so remember, a keychain can be a keychain by department. A keychain can be a keychain pointing to a group of readers in that building. Or a keychain can be a keychain for a certain country set of readers. Right? So a keychain can be defined in many different layers or different application types, right? And on guard, your 8.0, we can go up to 255 access level per batch. Of course, the hardest thing is to manage those access levels, right? And of course, you can add in authority. I can even create command authority. I can have global intrusion command authority and other stuff that is enabled under the access level, right? So these are command. When I say command authority, they are actually a bit more than just a simple, best to do something. You actually use pin code or command code on the keypad reader, just a normal keypad reader, HID keypad reader. You batch your card, put in a command code, batch your card, authorize, and then after that you put in the code that you want to trigger, and then it will send to OnGuard. OnGuard will actually tell the panel to do something, right? Whether it's to arm the system, activate the output, do this, do this, do this, do that. You can all send using a command. So sometimes they can use a keypad to say, okay, I want to arm the system, I want to switch off the light, do this, and disable the door, do this and do that. So you can create all these set of sequence using the command authority. That's why I say the intrusion or the arming and disarming is a bit more complex in OnGuard because you can do a lot more than just intrusion. Okay, and of course, if somebody keep on adding access level, you can actually use the show similar to help you compare, right? And be able to filter out, okay, there's a few access level that is similar. You want to combine them together instead of creating so many access level in the whole database. If you ask me, in OnGuard, we can have unlimited number of access level. It's just that how many can the panel hold, right? The panel has a limit, right? But the limit is 31,999. It's still a lot, right? Obviously, you will never reach the limit, but who knows how people manage their system, right? Okay, and access group, like what I said, you got no overriding control, it's just helping you to select, and we will do a bit more or touch a bit more when going to the card holder. Okay, guys, at this point, right, the next stage is actually going through card holder programming, right? And like what I say, I would like to give you a bit of challenge, right? So over here, I have a group of holder, right, that I would like to program. John, Jones, Mary, Miller, and Charles Clark, Sarah Smith, all these people, their batch number is this, and some of them is a contractor, right? Don't worry about contractor for now. I just want you to create maybe the first two cards and give them the access level. Okay? Remember, there's a couple of roadblocks that will stop you from creating or making the card or making the card holder correct. Okay? So, what time do we come back from lunch? 1:15, right? Or 1:20? Okay. Can I give you about maybe half an hour? Not half an hour, 20 minutes. right? In this 20 minutes, I would like you to try to create a card holder. And if you want to take a break, and because you say, too much for me, I rather listen to what Ken is going to tell me later, right? You can take a break, but you know, at 30 past the hour, we will go into a bit of, we'll go straight into card holder and talking about card holders from there. Is that okay with everyone?
Yep.
So at least you have some time to work on your exercise. If you want to touch on some of the earlier topics, you can work on it. But if you want to try, go ahead and try, and let's see who is able to create the batch. Okay?
Okay.
Right. Good. And if you want to go and get a coffee or get a drink, feel free to do so, and I will go and make myself a coffee. I need a coffee now. All right. All good. And by the way, guys, if you meet with any robot and you want to ask a question, yes, I can answer your question. I'm not going to stop you from moving forward, right? But I answer the question to the whole group, so everyone will get the benefit of it. So just take note of that, okay? All right.
쉬는 시간이야? 뭐래? 이거 하고 쉬는 시간 아니야? 이거 좀 Can.
Yeah.
Can you help me out? Like, I just created the card holder name John Jones, but then for the batch ID, next batch ID was approved, but then I need to insert it out 937, but I can't able to do that. So in the case.
Sorry. Give me a minute. Let me open up my console.
Yeah. Next batch ID 97927, but next.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that is one of the roadblock. Okay, guys, if you want to hold on a while, right? Just show you. This is what Harry has done. He tried to program the card holder, right? But he realized that the batch ID is not able to program. Have anyone faced the same problem? Yeah. Have anyone managed to overcome this roadblock? No? Okay, so let me tell you where is the biggest thing on the roadblock. Here. Right? If you go into the card holder option, okay, and inside the card holder option, so if I go into my card holder option, inside the card holder option, there's a few things that you can set over here. The number one that is deciding the part is the batch ID allocation. Inside batch ID allocation, the setting is on automatic. And because it's on automatic, it doesn't allow you to update the next batch number. You automatically create a batch number for you. So you have to modify and then you select manual entry. Okay, Harry, need to find that it's under administration. Okay, got it?
modify.
Alright, since it's here.
Modify, manual, okay. Manual
Yeah.
entry.
Just manual entry, alright?
Okay.
And then you should be able to go back to your form to add in the batch ID number. Okay.
Okay, good.
Alright, good. Okay, excuse for a while.
think I got it. Hey,
obviously, we have fixed one roadblock, which is you need a manual entry so that you can actually update the batch number. You may be asking me, why is it on automatic by default? Because like what I mentioned, right, in other parts of the world, they program their batch with an encoder and with a printer, and they use the encoder to encode the batch ID number. Right? And of course, in the card holder option here, there's more things as well. You can decide whether you allow more than one batch per person. In the old days, normally you have one batch per person. But now, you could potentially use your face as your batch, or you could use your fingerprint or palm or your mobile credential as your batch. So there could be a potential that you could be using more than one active batch per person. Okay? And of course, we can also tie into the PIN code, like you can decide how many digits for your PIN, whether you want to have a unique PIN code or you want to allow them to copy the PIN code and things like this. Right, Travis.
Is this like where you are, the cardholder options? I did it through administration, badge types, then badge ID allocation. Is that the same thing?
Not the same thing. In the cardholder option is a system-wide setting. In the batch type is only designed or only catered as a template for that batch type.
Okay.
Right? So it can be, we normally need to do one for the system setting, and then on the batch type we could be doing something different. So I'll show you how we use that, right? Okay, over here, I have use or lose feature. Does anyone know what I mean by use or lose batch?
If it doesn't get used in a certain time, it will automatically deactivate itself.
Yes, okay. So I can set over here that maybe, I go for 30 days, right? Because over here, if somebody go on holiday, it could be 3 weeks, 4 weeks kind of holiday, right? So, 30 days is my biggest tolerance, for example, right? And then, of course, when they don't use the batch for more than 30 days, change it, cut, not use 30. Okay, and remember this applies system-wide. It applies to permanent batch as well, not just to the contractor or cleaner or whoever. Okay, and of course, if I set the batch to be deactivate by a particular date, when the dates arrive, the batch will automatically be set to a status. But you notice you have all the status here except one status that is not shown here. Does anyone know what is the status that's not shown here? Does anyone know?
Activated?
No. Active. Remember we go into the list builder. We create a couple of batch status. Right? All the status that we created are there except active. Okay. One rule of thumb in OnGuard, any other batch status is not active. They are not active. Only active is active in OnGuard. Okay? Alright. So when the batch is deactivated, it will be deactivated over here, right? So over here we can set in such a way that when you display the photo thumbnail, right, you can get a small photo in that sense. This is precision access. Remember I talked about whether you can control my light is flickering. Right? You can control which reader you have to access before he can reach this reader, right? The batch activation and deactivation date. We have a use time feature over here. Right? When did we talk about batch activation and deactivation date? Anyone still remember?
Yes, I think in the first or second day.
Yeah, when we talk about controller, right? So if you go into the access control access panel, we have the controller and then we have the activation and expiration date, right? We set it to date only. We don't have the date and time option. The date and time option is when you enable use time over here. Okay? temporary access level granularity, right? This is a setting that you can set in the system to say that, for example, I'm a permanent staff of Victoria, right? I get, you know, whatever I need to access in Victoria, but I'm going to Sydney next week for maybe a week, right? And because I'm going there for a week, you know, I ask the staff there to give me access to the Sydney office, right? They can either give me a permanent access to Sydney office, or if the policy doesn't allow them to do that, they can give me a temporary access level for a week. But a lot of times in other systems, they have to remember to give the access, and they have to remember to remove the access. Over here, without affecting my permanent access, they can give me the Sydney access and define a date and time where the access will be removed from my record. And the date and time will apply with a 30-minute interval check. So if my time for the access to be taken away is at 6 p.m., okay, that means at 6 p.m. it will actually remove my access. Right? If I program my access to be removed at 6:15, right? By 6:30, my access will be removed from the system. Does that make sense? Right? So that is the 30-minute granularity. You can reduce this down to 5 minutes, but be very mindful. If I do it, it will make the system work very, very hard. Every 5 minutes, it will do a check. Right? So 30 minutes is our recommended and is our default value. We can also allow duplicate access level or allow empty access level. When will I allow duplicate or empty access level? Not so much on access control, because in the real world access control, you won't give empty access level. What's the point of giving a keychain with no key? Right? However, in the integrated or integration world, right, which I could be integrating with a HR system or a identity management system or visitor system, where they may program an access level, right, with means that it contains a keychain with that card, but it doesn't contain any key. And then we can program the key after that. Or it could be an integration with a key locker system, where they can program an access level which is empty to indicate that he can draw a key from the key locker, and then when he return back the key, that's where the access level gets returned back to me. Okay, so that is more for that kind of purposes. And likewise, I can also show invalid batch and bank text, right? So which means that if a deactivated batch, the batch on the reader, you will say invalid batch deactivated. Okay? So that is all I need for the card holder option and batch ID allocation, right? And once that is done, you can actually click OK to save the record. And all this will make changes to the various applications. Okay, while it's updating that, let me quickly run through the slide, right? So in cardholder, we talk about all these things. You can go up to 9,999 active batch per person, which I doubt anyone has to go up to that level, right? You can set your PIN code, right? You can generate unique PIN and stuff like this. And of course, you can set the number of days if you don't use the batch for X number of days. And by default, if you don't want to use this feature, you can set it to 0, right? And of course, you can, when a batch is deactivated by a particular date, you can set the batch to deactivate. Okay, and that's for batch deactivate. And talk about precision access. And if you say use type, after that you can go into the panel and enable the use time features, right? And of course the granularity as well. Allow duplicate or different name but same reader terms of communication or different name. legacy purposes. Okay, and we talk about batch ID allocation. Do you all know what is issue code? Not so much for the new batch, right? Most of the batch, when we buy pre-encoded, if they lost the batch or if the batch is not working, we change a whole new batch, they get a new batch ID number, right? So there's no worries about issue code because we won't be issuing the same card number the second time. But if you are doing encoding of a batch, right? Sometimes when you encode this batch, you encode with an issue code of 0, and then if let's say he lost his batch or you need to reprint a new batch for him, what you will do is that you create an issue code and you automatically add the issue code to 1 because you're issuing the batch the second time. And when you do that, right, the system will automatically pick up if let's say the batch is old batch, the system say that he's still using his old batch with issue code 0 where he's supposed to be on issue code 1. Does that make sense to you? But if you buy a pre-encoder batch, you hardly have to worry about this. And you can create range as well. Okay? And once you've done all those, you save the record, you automatically save. Alright. Once that is done, let me see if I go into my alarm access panel and look for my 2220 and under the option, I can modify and now I can select date and time. Okay? Okay. While we program the cards, right? I can whenever I open a card holder page, right? Remember this is a page where it consists of everything, right? So I can do a search. I can search for any field over here. I can search for with photo or without photo. I can search for with signature, without signature. I can search for batch ID number over here. I can search for batch. I can search for access level based on individual or based on certain condition that I listed over here. Okay, but let's say if I'm going to add a new batch, and by default, right, you have one record called Lisa Lake. Okay, it used to have a picture, but now they removed the picture, right? So you don't have the same picture. You won't see the picture anymore. But if I'm going to add a new batch, right, I can say add, and I'm going to add it. Let's say I add myself. Can. And I can give myself a batch ID number, right? And I can give myself, let's say, employee, right? And then we have to go into the batch. We have to give myself the batch number, maybe set the status of the batch, let's say active, and then whether you put emboss, whether you want to put a pin, and all these things, right? And whether I'm a special person that need a bit longer time, whether I have ID passport exemption and all this other stuff here as well. But last but not least, I go to access level. I need to assign the access level given me. Remember, selecting the record doesn't mean that you have enabled. You must make sure that there's a tick. Okay? So once you make there's a tick, you can click OK to save the record.
Okay.
Oh, I think I was on the search window, is it? Yeah, I think I was on the search window. Let me try again. And right, and then go to the next tab.
배지 아이디가 카드보다요.
By the way, your card holder ID can be just a number, right? Or can be a words, it doesn't matter. It's just an ID, right? But the batch ID is the one number that you want to control.
Can a card holder have multiple cards?
Yeah. And that's where earlier in the card holder option you can control, right? You can control how many cards he's allowed to have access, or he's allowed to have. Right? And of course, when I create this, and if I want to add a photo to myself, I can click on capture, and that will bring up our photo capturing application, where you can, if you have a camera, you can connect to the camera and use the default camera driver. If not, you can go for file, right? And you can look for file in a certain folder. You can just open up and you can find a class file. You will find some card holder photo here. And for me, I need to find somewhere here. I'll choose this guy. And of course, if that's what you want, you can click OK to save the record. Right? And of course, OK again to save the record. So, how many tabs do I have to access to create one batch? Card holder, batch, and then access level. Correct? I need 3 tabs to create one batch. Imagine you need to create 100 batch. You'll be asking 10 of that about import feature.
Yes.
Right? There will be about import feature which you can use, right? For import, and you can use a script. We will talk about that more maybe tomorrow, right? But at this moment, if you want to make your programming slightly better or easier, right? There is a program called batch type. Okay? And how I utilize batch type to help me create the batch a lot more faster, right? I will use as an example, right? Maybe I will use employee, right? And I will say employee is okay. I'm not going to do it with this, but I'm going to create one for contractor. And according to my worksheet, right? I mentioned that I'm going to create a contractor batch type. And this contractor batch type will utilize the contractor access group, right? Which help me select the record. We'll use the batch ID to follow the card holder ID number. And I purposely want them to enter the email address as a mandatory field that they must enter when they create a record. And a few parameters here, which I will explain to you, right? So, I create a contractor. It can be a standard batch, or it can be a visitor batch, or temporary batch, or whichever, right? And even if it's a standard batch, I can say that I don't want it to deactivate after 5 years, because maybe it's a cleaning contractor. They sign on a 6-year monthly contract or 1 yearly contract. So their batch is supposed to expire in June, right? So I will make it end of June. Right, and I can say this is the default access group, which I will assign under contractor access group, where they only get a certain access level. I can create a batch design for this group of people. So I can print a batch just for the contractor, right? So I can have front and back layout, right? And that is another program called batch design, which is available when you have a on-guard program, and if you bought an I, then you can do batch designing, okay? And of course, you can go into the printing to decide where you can print, you can decide where it can be coded, whether it's a mobile credential or mobile batch type, right? I can set the required field to say that I want whoever creating the batch must enter an email address for the card holder. If they don't enter, don't save the record. Okay? And of course, batch ID allocation is where I can say I don't want to follow the system. I want to use a default value or a value that I can pick up from card holder ID. Okay? And of course I can allow to change and all these things. And if I go a bit more at the back, right, I have the deactivation setting where I can say for this cleaner contractor, because it is supposed to use their bank every week, I don't want them to follow the company policy where they go by 30 days. I want them to have a more tight security, which means that by 7 days, if they don't use their badge, I consider that they have lost their badge, right? Or their badge will be deactivated. And I'll put a report here or a status here so that I can run a report to see how many badges is not used for 7 days. Just for the contractor. It will not affect the employee badge. So, Travis, like what I say, this is one way where you have a system-wide setting that applies towards everybody who is permanent staff, and you have a unique one that is designed for the contractor or certain group of people. Okay? And of course, you can set the deactivate based on deactivate settings. And once that is done, you can save the record. So once this contractor batch type help me, or will be able to help me. So if I go back to my card holder, right, I can program a contractor. And let's see who I need to program. I need to program Charles Clark. Batch ID is 101, and the email is 101@contractor.com, and main entrance office hour only, right? So here, I'm going to add a new card holder. His last name is Clark. First name is Charles, right? Card holder ID, I'm going to use 101 because it's going to, the batch is going to follow this record. And it's a contractor batch, right? And of course I can capture and put a photo for him. Here. Let's say, can I save the record now?
No, I don't think you can. Have you assigned that group to that one that you
No,
just
I already assigned a group of contractor.
contract?
Yeah.
That's
Can
one
I
I
save
think.
the record?
But what about the
No.
email address?
Yeah, I need the email address, right? So once I need the email address, I should be able to save the record. So I do not need to go down to 3 tabs anymore. I just do everything in one page, and it automatically populates my batch with a deactivation date on the 30th of June this year, right? And the access level is automatically assigned to me.
Ken, is there an easier way to see all your users? Or all the card holders?
No, not on the thick client. Not on the thick client. The thing about this is that I mentioned to them you have a lot of empty space here. How good it is for you to put a table here so that you can scroll down. But I say they can't do much on the old movie now. They are focusing a lot on the web. I'll show you what you can do from the web a bit later. Alright, so I'm going to add the other contractor, right, so that I can show you something, right? Sarah's name, 102. Okay, so add Sarah, or not search. Add Smith, Sarah, 102, contractor. 102 at contractor.com.
And if you forget the email address, will it fail to save?
Well, I'll show you what it's going to say later if I don't put in the email address. Okay, give me a minute. Alright, so if let me copy, and if I don't put in the email address and I try to click OK, it will say that, sorry, you need to make sure you enter the email address. Okay? And when you put in the email address, you click OK, you will save the record. Right? Of course, when we go a bit more into the database, that's how sometimes the database can be even more powerful. I can control a certain value within the record. If let's say they enter a wrong value, I can reject or don't let them save the record. So I can put some control factor, but that is way further into the database configuration, not by default in the system. Okay. So obviously, that's how we can create a batch, right? We have some features where when you open up card holder, you have this card holder page. There's a lot more things you can do over here, where we can talk about bulk operation and updating of the batch as a group and things like this, where we will show a bit more later on when we go into the programming. Okay? Alright. On the batch type, this is what you see, and of course, you can group batch design, access level, and remember, the access level, when I assign as a group, right, is assigned to them as a group, but that doesn't control what. I can still remove the access and give some other access, right? And I can still save the record. But if let's say you want to give back, right, you can say, okay, let me in this, and then I can go back to the group and I can assign this is the access, the contractor group I want to select. I can select and you automatically put a tick on the access level. So imagine if your system has thousands of access level, it's going to be a nightmare for you to search for it. You create a group and help you use the group to help you select the access level. Make sense? Right? And of course, if I want to give additional temporary access because Sarah is going to the office in another week, right? I can actually, based on the access level that I'm going to give, I can set the date and time and set the time across to this access level. So she will only get access during that period of time. All right. Any questions? Not, then you will see this in the batch type. So I'm just going to flash through and see whether, in case you need to override or update any of the existing batch, you can actually do that when you create the batch type as well, right? And access group, batch design layout and stuff, and control the printing as well, right? Because sometimes you may want to limit where they can print the batch and how they can print the batch, or you don't want them to keep printing the batch or duplicating a lot of prints. Okay? And of course, same thing with encoding as well, right? And when you set a mandatory field, if there is previous record in the system, right? The system will not allow you to straight away enable that feature. You may have to go and clear the duplicates. Okay, so if you decide to say I want them to make sure that they have email on their records, right? And I say do a check and search up for records that has missing required data. It will show me which are the people who have missing record, and I can go and make sure I update them, right? And once I update that, I do a check again before I enable that feature. Okay. Alright, and of course, you can do batch ID allocation as well, which what we talked, and deactivation date and time, deactivation status for use or lose or deactivation stuff. Okay. If you are using mobile credential, yes, you can use mobile credential. I would suggest if any one of you is going down the path of using Blue Diamond or mobile credentialing, right, do drop me a note or check with me. Maybe what we will do is we will discuss about mobile credential and before you talk to your customer. So at least you get more confidence before you present to a customer as well. Okay. Alright, and of course, in fact, the next couple of slides talks about how you can manage the card holder, and which you already know, right? I won't stop you guys from using the system. Like what I say, you guys can use the system even after my class end, right? Because you can go in and try a few programming and see whether it works or not, and things like this, right? Then you can ask me questions tomorrow, okay? But to create card holders and badge and all these things, Travis, this is something that you may want to look through and see what are the exact things that you need to populate within OnGuard that you need to capture from the force field system, right? Because not everything is relevant or related to what you need to be pushing down to the challenger as well. But there may be some additional data too that you need to have in OnGuard, and you may want to decide where you want to store those data. Okay? And here use limit and emboss. Emboss is just a display of the card number. It's most likely the hot stamp number, not so much of a control, right? And of course you have special strike time or extended time. And okay, if you do have a limit to the batch, right? You can have more than one batch. Remember, in the card holder option, I can give more than one batch. But if for some reason, right, I only allow one batch per person, right? And I try to search for my record. And I try to say, okay, I want to give Ken a new batch, right? I will go into the batch section, and I say I want to add a new batch. This time around, I'm going to add a new 543221 for him, right? And of course, I'm going to make this active. And what the system will do is the system will complain that, hey, you have your previous batch, and Ken is only allowed to have, or in the whole system, under the cardholder option, we are only allowed to give one active batch per person. What do you want me to do with the previous active batch? That's where you can say, oh, Ken has returned that batch, right? Or Ken has lost that batch. So now, we are going to issue a new batch to him, right? And so you click OK. Then the next question is, do you want to copy all the access level from the previous batch to this new batch? Or do you want to copy the PIN from the old batch to this new batch? Or you want to put no access level to the batch? Okay? So it's up to you, but you can click OK, and that will be how that batch is created. And of course, if you go into the access level, you can see this is the batch. You can look at the old batch. If you want to see the old batch, you can just click on show inactive batch, and then you'll be able to find out the old batch, what is the access level that's given to the old batch. Remember, the access level is tied to the batch, not to the person. Right? So a person could have multiple batch, but different batch could give them different access level. Make sense?
So how come the issued number doesn't change?
Because I'm issuing a separate card number. Okay? And of course, if I try to issue the same card number, the system will automatically prompt me to change it to a issue code 1 because it doesn't allow the same card number to be saved in the record. Alright. We talk about access level, temporary access level, all these things. And of course, if you double click on the access level, it tells you what is programmed on the access level as well. So it gives you a much better check before you actually issue the access level to them. Okay, and we talk about adding photos. You can, there's a few tips or information about adding photo, including helping you to find the eye level if the person's photo that they given you is not upright, right? They'll automatically find the eye level and adjust the frame to fit the upright perspective, right? And you can process to increase more intensity, contrast, and all this other stuff as well. And if you have digital camera, you can set in the digital camera settings, right? So all these are things available for you. I won't go through all of them because you can have more fun with it without me trying to teach you through how you can play with the system. It's quite straightforward. Does anyone know what was LENEL before they come in contact with access control? Has anyone heard about what was the background of LENEL? Did it come straight away become a security system?
No, weren't they aircrafts? No.
That is during the GE day under UTC. Right? But LENEL used to be a photo software company, ID management or ID programming, ID printing company. So that's why they put a lot of focus was put back then to develop the ID printing capability. But because they could be printing ID for Microsoft or whoever the company during that time, and then there are a good partnership since then, right? And from there they say, why not you do access control? And maybe that's where LENEL work with Mercury to come out OEM the Mercury hardware and start developing the access control with Mercury hardware. And since then, right, LENEL become the biggest reseller for the Mercury hardware because they start to grow into the security access control market. Okay, with the cardholder search, you can also use the wildcard to help you search for parameters, right? Not only just by selecting the record, but you can use percentage. You can just type in a letter and press OK, and you will search for that anything with that letter, right? And sometimes because of a large database, you may not want the end user or the operators to just search for all cardholders. You may just make the system go crazy, right? So sometimes you may want to limit whether they are allowed to search for all cardholders or not. Okay? And of course, we can print batch and design batch, right? I'm not going to go through that, but there's I believe in the training material that I've passed to you guys, there may be a module that talks about how to print the batch. So give me a minute, let me open up.
커버를 왜 쓰지? 왜냐면 저걸 같이 등록해야 되는데.
Oh no, last time they used to have some additional notes on how to print the batch type, how to create batch type and all this. Maybe they are putting it online. By the way, right, remember I told you that we are focusing on moving more training into the e-learning portal, right? They are moving some of all this content that maybe is useful, but it's hardly used by people, but it's something that no point putting it in a training class, rather put it on the, like all these additional features that we talk about in the card reader setting. Right? No point for me to keep talking about all those features. You can learn about that through e-learning, and you can do it through the self-paced learning. Right? And then you focus on the training just to know how to get things to. You focus on the 80% of the tasks that you do every day. Right? So that is something that we are planning to do. Hopefully going to reach by end of the year. Right? Okay, and on the card holder tab, right, like on the top I mentioned, when you open up card holder form, you automatically have all these additional settings, including being able to show the last granted access or last attempt. Do you know what I mean by last granted or last attempt? Anyone want to share what you mean by that?
Where the badge lost, isn't that what they're asking?
When was the batch last granted, as in when the batch and the access granted was given. But the last attempt could be the batch, the last time when he batched on the reader, the door did not open because he got access denied.
Okay.
Right? So if your selection is on last granted access, and one of the users complaining that he cannot get through the door, right? And you are looking at the last granted and keep saying that, oh, your last time you batched is here, right? Why you're saying it's not working, right? Because you're not showing the last attempt access. If you look at the last attempt, you may be able to see that, oh, he was trying to access this door. Then you may be able to find out why he's not able to access. Okay? And that's the last granted and last attempt. Right? There's other settings here, like, if your anti-pass pack, you can enable with a one free pass or whichever, right? And of course, you can use the keypad wedge. Anyone know what is a keyboard wedge? It's like a USB reader connecting to the machine, and then if you put your cursor onto the area and you just scan your badge to the reader, it will automatically populate the value. Because of the encryption and the security reason, right? People are not using so much of that anymore. Okay. And of course, if you want to jump forward, like, if you have a search and you return with 100 records, right? You may want to set the value so that you can jump like 20 records or 30 records at one jump, right? Rather than you have to search one by one. My view is that if you can search in a much more precise manner, it will be a lot more easy. Okay? Yeah, and I'll show you how to use buffer operation. Right? Let me show you. If I go and search for card holder, maybe I do a search, not by access level. I go into the card holder, I do a search. I want to find all my contractor batch, right? So I want to find all the contractors, and I click OK. It returns 2 contractors record, and based on that, I may go into the card holder and go to the bulk operation. And on the bulk operation, I can either assign or remove access level to this group of people. Right, that means the current search record, which is 2 of them. Or I can modify their batch, which means that if I modify the batch, I can change their activation date, deactivation date, I can change their batch status, I can update only those with the active status or stuff like this. So I can choose all these settings here. So obviously I'm going to update their deactivation date because they recontract for another 6 months. Right, now their deactivation date is end of the year. Okay, so that is something that I can program, right, and then update those batch with active status and update batch of all type. And once I click OK, you update this record. Okay, James, you have a question?
Yes, Ken, are you able to change the batch type once you've saved it? Because for me, it's grayed out.
Okay, you go to the batch type and you try to modify, you realize that you can change the batch type here, right?
릴레이가 있거든.
Why is it gray out?
거기 있어요. 릴레이가 있는데
Is it gray out from here?
알라파가 작동을 하면
Yes, yeah.
켜진단 말이에요.
Oh, wait, yeah, if I go to batch, okay.
Remember, right? The batch type belongs to the batch.
그럼
You could have a batch type that is for contractor. I could have a batch type that is for
우리의 잘못 없겠지?
not so much for contractor. I could have a batch type for permanent batch. I could have a batch type which is a mobile credential. I could have another batch type that is a temporary batch.
일단은 기본 소장은
So I could have multiple different batch types.
Right, okay, yeah, gotcha. Thanks.
Okay?
프라치
Yeah.
강제로 올려.
Okay. So
불
when I complete the bulk action, right, you can look at the batch.
Oh.
You can see that the deactivation date
Oh,
now
그렇지.
is changed to December, and look at the other one is also changed to December as well.
그렇지.
Okay? Right.
그거는 컨티뉴.
Have I shown you the web console?
No.
No, right? I'm going to quickly show you what you can see from web console. Before I can do that, I have noticed that the license server is not working properly, right? The license server on BLIC2, right, doesn't have the license for the subscription, because when I go into the subscription, it returns back to the main console, right? So if you need to go to the web console, right, you will need to change your license server to American
저
license
배지를
server, right, which is
꾸밀려면 저게 필요하다는 거죠? 라이센스
뭐지?
서버가.
응?
저 배지를 뭐
아.
꾸밀려면 저
AMS
필요하다는 거죠.
라이센스가
ELIC2, right? So I'm going to change it to ELIC, and to change the license server, you just need to go to configuration editor, click on it,
쟤네 있나 보네.
right? It's pointing to my BLIC2. I can just change it from here and say I want to go to AMS dash ELIC2,
그러니까 아이디 배지
and save the record,
좀 사야 돼.
right? And once I save the record, I can close this window, right? And now let me try again to go into credentials. You can see that I can straight away go into credential without any issue. Okay? It's not too hard to change license server, right? As long as you know that your license server is working, you can always go straight to your license server. Okay? And of course, if I go into the credential, this is a credential on the web, right? Like any web application, right? There's a lot of things that is very standard across web, right? You know this arrow means that you can click and then you can expand a bit more. I can go to my record, I can look at my badge, right? And I know that I have two badges, one is deactivated because I lost the badge, the other one is active right now. What is the badge info on here? I can program the access level, I can add more access level if I want to, and I can do about select. If I want to search for more, I can, if I want to add, I can just click on the plus sign at the bottom and just click whatever access level I want to add and click OK, done, and done.
알람사운드 울리면
Once you're done with all this, you save it,
그걸 확인해봐야지.
the information gets stored in the system.
아니 일단 알람사운드를 봐야지.
So depending on whether you are more of a web guy or more of a big client guy, this is how things can be accessed from the web. So Trevor, another thing for you to explore as well. I'm presuming the airport or your customer will be looking at more of a web solution as well. So maybe have a look on what is available on the web and what the web can do in terms of that, right? Okay, another thing on the web is very useful is that I can either search for can in this manner, right? I can click on it and search for can, right? And you will automatically find a record. So back to Lindsay's question, right? You're saying that can you have a list of all the records? Instead of me trying to search for record, this is what you will get better in the view, right? And the good thing is that I have tried. Right, I'm not too sure. I only test on my own system. Right? I test on TCOM system to try to display 200,000 records on the web. some system will take a while to load up the 200,000 record. I can tell you, I tried to load up 200,000 here for OnGuard, right? Within 5 seconds, right? It load up, or in fact, very fast, depending on how fast the machine loading up the web page, it will load up the first set of records for you. So what the system do on the web page, right? If you type in K, they will find the first 10K or first 20 record. If you are going to display 20 record here, they find the first 20 record, display for you, right? While you scroll down, you display the rest. Okay, I'll show you more when I go into, let's say, my training laptop. Just quickly, let me show you from there. If I go into my web, and let's say I don't go into my card holder record is not long enough, but I may go into monitor. Right, and when I go into the monitor, they have some live activity, but let's say I go into the historical and I bring back the last maybe 90 days, right? That will be a lot. And I say apply, it will bring up all the events, and you can see that it shows me all the events, right? As I scroll down, it continues to load the remaining event that is going to display on my screen. So as I scroll down, it continues to load. So it doesn't delay the display. If you have a very big screen, yes, it will take a while to load what is on the display. But if you have a tablet, as you scroll, that's what you get, okay? Which is very common in the web browser, right? And of course, with things on the web, this is how you can easily see, right? And with, of course, with a bit more things on the web, you can do more stuff like, I can look at the card holders, I can find can. If I don't like the picture, I can always say use the camera, and of course the camera, lock, right? I use the integrated. Not too sure whether I can use it because I have my camera being used here. Maybe I should close this camera. Right? Let me go back and see whether I can use the camera again. Yeah. So now, if I want to use this as my picture, I can capture this picture, a lot more easier. And of course, you can do all this. By the way, Travis, you may be wondering, right? This is what I was testing on programming access level for econ, right? But we are not going down this path. We will talk about how we're going to achieve it, right? And of course, you can look at how to create batch. If you want to create new card holders, you can always pick new card holders from here, add the card holders from here as well. Okay? Alright, and another very good thing here with the search, right? You can search for can, you can search for this, but you can create filter. And the filter can be based on all conditions that you put inside here or based on any condition, right? And what condition can you have? I can say condition they must have a photo, right? They must have a photo, right? And I want to add more condition, right? They must have, let's say I want maybe email address. Maybe it's only a photo because I have maybe a lot of cards don't have photo. And I say email address must have 583, right? And you automatically go and search. Okay, I need operator equals to or contain 583, right? And you automatically help you search. And when you're happy with what you search, you can actually save it as your search criteria, so that whenever you need to come in and just to identify this group of people, you can always just bring up their search, and you will be able to find those group of people, and you'll be able to go in there and manage them from there. Okay? And the good thing about this as well is that you can decide, say, okay, I want to update this record and this record and this record, and I can do an action to say I want to do a bulk remove of all those stuff. So compared to a thick client, this is a lot more friendlier, a lot more easier to use in that perspective. Does that make sense? Okay, and of course, if you create a new card holder, you will be looking at putting in first name. If you go into the badge, you'll be creating the badge, and then after you create the badge, let's say I choose a badge type, I put in the ID number. Oh, sorry, my badge type for this may be fixed. ID number, and then I can look at access level. I can say use from my batch access group or choose from the access level list, but I can go by the group, select the group of say standard training and then assign, you automatically select, I can say I also want this as well, and then done, and done, and that is my access level that I've added in to the system. Okay? Alright. Any questions on card holder showing on the web?
I'll have more specific questions to do with airport later. So.
Alright,
All good.
so if you go through the training guide will talk about all this from the web as well. And of course, testing the credential and badge information. Unfortunately, you guys can't test it. But what I can suggest to you is that, right, on my system, on my training laptop, I can I've come up a batch. This was the batch. Find my batch. Okay, maybe these are the batch. Okay, so obviously if I try to back, right, you can see that I have granted no entry, right, on this particular card 937, right, and if I back my card and open the door, you will get my granted access. Can anyone tell me what is the difference between granted no entry and granted access?
No entry is if you don't open and close the door.
Yeah.
You don't go through the door.
Yeah. Okay, so granted access means that I have bashed my card and open the door, right? And that is immediate because the moment I open the door, it says that okay, granted access. Granted no entry means that if I bash and you wait to see if I open the door or not. If I don't open the door, then it says granted no entry. So I bash my card, but I do not go in. Okay, so this is default within the system. You don't have to do anything else or anything special to it, right? It will tell you as long as you have door contact on it. Okay?
Okay,
all right.
If your read switch fails, will the door still work?
Yes. What do you mean by fail? As in your read switch?
Say your read switch goes open and it thinks the door's open.
Okay.
And you badge on the door, will the door still work for you?
Okay, let me open the door now. So I granted access. My door is open, right? Which is my reader 2, right? Obviously, I will get a door help open alarm in a short while.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. And I wait for the door help open alarm. In fact, camera. Right, the door is open over here, as you can see, right? I flip the switch down, the door is open, and in a short while I will get the door help open alarm. Yeah, this is the door help open alarm, right? So obviously at this point you are saying that if I bash my card, will it work, right?
Will the lock reopen for you? Say the door's closed and the sensor's faulty.
Yeah. So you know if the lock is going to reopen there's an LED over here. Yep. Right? You will see this LED at this corner will light up. Okay?
Okay.
Right, so the door will still open for you. Right? The door contact is going to tell you the status of the door, but it's not going to restrict the reader from operating.
Okay.
Do you want it to be restricted or not?
No. I've seen some systems where it will think the door's open.
You remind me of my old system, the Casirasco system. They have in order for you to be able to read your card, you must close the door first. And that is in the old Casirasco system, right? And in some of the enterprise systems, they do that because they don't want anyone to double back or back when the door is open. That means you don't really have a proper control, right? Yeah. They want the door closed, but they always have a way to override it to say a lock batch when door open or something like this.
Correct. Work in degraded mode or something.
Yeah. So in ONGAP, if you want to restrict, you can always restrict if the door status is open. You can disable the reader from reading. And the reader can be returned back to normal state when the door is closed.
Okay.
So based on the status to tell whether you allow the reader to read or not. But most of the time you will still read the card.
Okay.
Okay? No problem. Okay. Guys, I think, okay, I know I'm behind. I do apologize for not being fast enough, but we are around here. Okay. The other part of the topic is really into basic alarm configuration like time zone, action group, action schedulers, and local I/O function. I just want to have a check with you guys, right? Are you guys more available? What time do you have until tomorrow? Are you guys prepared to stay all the way until I end the class, or you guys may need to leave earlier?
Sorry.
Tom, easy.
Okay.
내일 좀 빨리 올래? 아니면
Harry and James?
Yeah, I'm fine to stay tomorrow.
Okay.
what time?
It won't go beyond 4 o'clock. It won't go beyond 3 o'clock at night.
Tomorrow?
Yeah.
Okay.
It may be faster, right?
4시 이후에 가는?
So what I will do tomorrow, right?
한 4시쯤 끝날 것 같아.
Let me see. If we can, maybe what we can do is that we can start a bit earlier. How about that?
Yep, that works for me.
Yeah, so what we can do is we can start at 9:30, right? Just for benefit of the Korea guys, they don't have to come in super early. We'll start on dot at 9:30. We'll go straight into this and then go into local I/O and global I/O. And then we go into event archiving and all these things tomorrow as well. But I would like you all to have a read on the basic alarm configuration, time zone, and all these things because those are quite basic stuff. If you look at it, right, it's just talking about how I can create customized alarm in the system, how I can set priority, how I can change time zone to set open during what time, things like this, and create action group, right, which I will be covering later on in the next class. So to make it much more relevant to what you guys are going to do tomorrow, I rather put this thing tomorrow together. Okay, and of course, the local I/O function is where I want you all to actually be able to spend more time on it because that's the action stuff, and of course that is a lot more involved in the programming as well. The other thing that I also like you all to know as well is on the web, right? If on the on this what is that? Remember, if you want to be able to use the web application, right? Change your license server, but I want to highlight to you one small little program on the screen, right? On the desktop of your VLP, there's a training event generator. If you double click on the training event generator, right? They'll ask you don't run or anything, don't click on the don't run, say more info and say run anyway, right? That is a training event generator that's created by my Europe team. They created this for the purpose of the class to give you a little bit of event on the web. So what you need to do is just click validate, and once it's validated that your OpenSS is running, enter your username, password, and submit your credential. Once you verify your login information to the OnGuard, right, it will bring up a window with your readers that you define, with the type of event that you want to generate, and with the batch that you have created in your system. So, take for example, if I want to create an event for something to display on this main event window, right? What I can do is that based on this event generator, I say, okay, reader in access granted by 10. right, it will show up on this screen, right? And then if I want, let's say, training reader 3, access denied, right, by